moly, it is time. The last ever online event for the 2024 season has arrived. One last blast of action until we head towards the London Major and Worlds in Fort Worth right after. The Europeans are ready to put on a show as one team vies to be crowned champion by the end of today. Tiebreakers poke their heads just around the corner if everything just goes right, but we have a little bit of talking to get through. Before we get that, I'm Leaf, Shogun, CJ. We're ready for the show, but
Wait, you just said dress smart. You didn't. You're wearing blazers. I thought we just putting a tie on.
What part of this was like dress smart to you? Where
It's the final Sunday. I thought we'd get a little bit.
you know what?
Though.
I appreciate it was a double knot. Actually,
It's a full Windsor. I'm not slacking, but
okay.
and the fact that he's wearing a tie. That's fancy, right? I think that crosses the check.
We're not.
That's
I look
fair.
naked.
All right.
I've just realised this t-shirt is just blended in with me.
it's a bold look. Yeah.
All right, let's get Stumpy off the screen here. Let's get the schedule for the season because, as I said, we are getting so much closer to the end of the season. It's unbelievable, in my opinion, Shogun, that we're this close. One final day of online events.
Yeah, it's been rapid fire mode throughout this season. So many results, so many matches that has had such an impact for the rest of the season. I mean, just ask KC about that one. You had to perform every single week. If not, you felt the ramifications.
Yeah, this is crazy. Right after CJ, we have our major and Worlds coming up too. But, I wonder if teams are even thinking that far ahead yet. I hope everyone else is and they're buying their tickets. But CJ, there's a lot on the line today.
I mean, grab your tickets, but they're certainly not thinking about that. That's 3 months away, even longer for the World Championship. So focus on London 3.0, Landon 3.0, should I say. Get yourselves to the Copper Box if you haven't already. Still available, as you can see down there, ticketmaster.co.uk.
We're going to have these rolling throughout the show just to remind you guys of the mistake you're making by not going to these links and buying the tickets. Of course, we do have the tickets up for Worlds as well. rl.gg/RLCS Texas. I would love to see you guys there. Again, last online event. It's cozy sitting at home and watching Rocket League, but it's even better when you can get out there and be a part of the action. We've seen what the fans can do at our last events, and I know it's just going to get better and better as the events go by. But today is what it's all about and the things that happen in the online events. Before we get to Europe, let's talk about the rest of the world one final time because everybody else is done. It's just Europe to go. And we have APAC and OC that were going on this week, but they've locked in. Look at that, Stumpy. OC and APAC have their teams going to Major.
And we're so close to having every single team crowned. Obviously, we're going to see what Europe is like, depending on what Jobless can do a little bit later on today. But yeah, with OCE and APAC, I want to zoom on in particular because they had their grand final this morning in Europe. It was like 11:30 a.m. And everyone was thinking, between Elevate and Gladiators, this was going to be one of the biggest series that we would see because not only were they battling to win this grand final in their 6th Open qualifier, they were also fighting for the major spot. And as well as that, they were also fighting for their World Championship spot for APAC. It was everything down to one series, and Gladiators, they were clinical. A 4-0 win, and they are going to be bringing over Maxu, obviously a person coming from Singapore, being a representative of APAC, which we love to see. Fo moving over there is a brilliant move. Going to be seeing him on LAN. And yeah, Gladiators, you basically could not have asked any more of them.
Right. I mean, it's wonderful. I just love that it came down to the line like that. But it is sad. I think that Sphinx isn't going to be there. Kevin is.
Big Kev!
Right? So, I just feel like having those prodigy child, because Shogun, everyone talked about Sphinx coming into this, but
yeah,
I think it is still just exciting they had this event mean everything.
Exactly. I mean, APAC has been improving also very much. I mean, we saw just how much it meant to them during the last World Championships when they got some huge wins for themselves. You know, continuing to improve. Gladiators this time are the ones that are moving on. But take a look at how close it was. I mean, it came all down to the final match. I just wish it wasn't a 4-0. I really wish it wasn't a 4-0. That one needed to go a bit further on the distance.
But you see there as well, we've also added the points for Gladiators for their 5 points that they get from London. Just by default for turning, you don't need to win a series, you just get 5 points. They beat Elevate out by a single point over the entirety of the season. It literally could not have been closer, so congratulations to Gladiators. It'll be good to see them representing APAC over at Worlds and in London.
That is just, again, I find it unreal that it came down to a singular point. It's just
So close.
I love how these storylines just seem, like the fact that even Europe is still wide open too, but the fact that it's coming down to the wire like this. But CJ, how about OCE? Did it come down to the wire over there?
It certainly did over the land down under. Not exactly the kangaroo crossover you've got on today's show, but I am technically wearing the green and gold, or maybe the green and brown. It was Team Power completing the perfect season. Yes, that's right. 6 out of 6 qualifiers were won by Team Power. Only Falcons were the other team to do that over in MENA, but the first time in OCE, the most dominant team in OCE, at least the Open era history. But in terms of the matchups, in terms of the major standings, it was the huge semi-final between the Pioneers and the Chiefs. If Chiefs won that, they would have guaranteed London and Worlds, but it was Pioneers with Mock subbing in. Yes, that's right, their coach subbed in for this event, and they 4-0'd the Chiefs in the semi-final to play Power in this grand final that you're watching here. But it did go the way we all expected, Power getting the job done 4-1. What this means now is the Chiefs qualify for the major, but there's still a few things to play out. We'll take a look at the points in a second, but you can see the results right there. The 4-0 in the semi-final was huge for the Pioneers. However, they weren't able to do enough to make that major or force a tiebreaker. Chiefs with a 4-point swing means they are OCE's number 2 seed in London. But when we look at the World's points, because that's still all up for grabs, you can see right there, Chiefs have their 5 points added from qualifying for the major. Even if they come last, they'll still get 5 points. But they still need now to go 2-3 in Swiss to guarantee themselves a world spot. So they've, losing that semi-final here, Shogun, has given themselves a little bit of work to do over in London.
Yeah, it certainly has, and they're going to have to go and try and do it. And, I give OC that big result that we've been waiting for from them. Please. It feels like this is finally the time. I'm sick and tired of, wow, you guys beat a really good team. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you could do. Oh, there. Oh, okay.
Please.
Something different.
We wanted it in Copenhagen. We wanted that win in Copenhagen. Just anything, but they just couldn't do it. Power. CJ, one word. Are they going to get out of Swiss?
Yeah, I think they can. Oh, no, they're not. I think they're going to go 2-3. No, listen. I'm looking for Worlds. As you can see here, they've guaranteed themselves to that World Championship. They're boot camping now. They're hopping on the plane tomorrow to London. So they can boot camp for that. And then I've got 3 months left to boot camp for Worlds. So I'll be able to take down some of these teams right here.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, too, Europe, we said it was wide open, but Gentlemates, Shogi have managed to grab themselves a spot.
Yep, it took forever us to try and figure this one out because, well, there's a lot of numbers involved, and that was the very difficult part of it all. But we finally have a team. It took us until the final day to confirm that the overall major champions might actually get to go to Worlds. Let's explain how this happened exactly, shall we? Because there's still so many teams in contention, but they would need 4 of them to overtake Gentlemate. Maybe KC could have been one of those, but if they win this entire event, well, that means that Jobless didn't win the entire event, which means they can't overtake, which means that Oxygen get to go. So we just run out of teams no matter what we do here. We run out of having 4 teams that can overtake them. So they've just kind of got it, and cool. We finally got them. Fantastic, well done.
I don't think they're complaining at all. I wonder when they figured it out,
some
too.
Complaints. There have been no complaints, shockingly.
Yeah, that's crazy that it's still, like the fact that we're still looking at the going into the major with some of those spots potentially open. It's really cool. But things, again, depending on stories today, could end up wrapping up a lot of those spots there. But let's take a look at what happened yesterday in case you missed it. We'll get you into some of the stories. The playoff bracket started. We hit our quarterfinals, best of 7s across the board, leading us into our semis with these 4 teams here. You might look at that and say, that's a little off here. So let's talk about those stories that led to this point here. Of course, the big one at the top was K-Corp. CJ, the question we've had for them is, are they back? Because they fumbled a bit.
Are they back? Well, I think they might be. We actually interviewed Tox, who had been warming up K-Corp 2 days in a row. In the Swiss stage, he said they didn't look that great, to be honest. But it's about them rocking up on the Saturday into the playoffs. You saw the true final form of the Blue Wall. And this Oxygen series, Stumpy, I mean, they were the heavy favourites, at least for us on the analyst desk. But K-Corp, there's a reason why they're this good. They are back.
I mean, the question was, are they actually back considering the teams that they beat in the Swiss?
Right.
Seeing as they went through, the 14th, the 16th, and the 19th teams? And then they show up against Oxygen, their direct competitors, needed to do this to have a chance of going to Worlds, and they managed to smash it out. Got through, I believe, in 6 games it was in the end. So I think Carmine Corp, I use the analogy, they turned the key in the door, they were standing in the porch. I think now they're taking off their shoes and they're ready to make a brew.
I think what's quite important to recognize here as well is like what this did for Oxygen regarding Worlds in particular. They still have not made it to the major yet, so they've got to secure that first. They still need at least the top 2. If KC go on to get to the grand finals, I think it is today, or win the whole thing, yeah, if they win the whole thing, then Oxygen need to win all of London.
Okay, so Stumpy, one of the other big stories, and it's still the story, is Jobless's miracle run continuing.
Yes. Yeah, Jobless. We were all sort of talking yesterday about the permutations of, what could happen? Oh my gosh, imagine if Jobless beat Vitality and also Gentlemaids maybe lose. Wouldn't that be crazy? And then it's like, oh no, that did happen, by the way. So Jobless are still in contention for the major. The way they get there is to win the entire events that are going to have to be today in the grand finals, have to take that down versus the winner of KC or BDS. And then they enter into a tiebreaker versus Oxygen and Gentlemates. They'll have to win 2 series there in order to go on and win, or sorry, just 1 series, and there's only 3 teams there. 1 series, and they'll then be going through to the major, and that is then just a whole load of other numbers that I'm sure we're going to work out with all the world spots, but they still have a chance, which is bonkers to me. Taking down Vitality, no one expected that.
I mean, yesterday, it just felt like a fever dream, didn't it? You know, we're talking about the blockbuster series K-Corp Oxygen, but the other series, Shogun, they were the ones. This series was an absolute cracker going all the way to Game 7.
Listen, this was looking all that good, but thankfully, for the start of the day, we had a nice, normal time with Endpoint and BDS.
99 shots.
99 shots.
Right,
We're not going to have that just yet. We're going to show you Lunar Galaxy and Gentlemates. And this was the Atomic Show. And no one else stood out quite the level he did. He's always been there or thereabouts. It does feel like forgotten on occasion regarding just how good he is. Not forgotten at all in this one. Stood up, made himself seen, and eliminated Gentlemates in thunderous fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was blown away by how composed Lunar Galaxy looked and how composed all of the underdogs looked generally throughout yesterday. It was, people have been saying, European Saturdays, they're boring, just wait till Sunday, nothing's going to happen. I'm sorry, if you did not watch yesterday, you are a fool and a buffoon, because it was the most entertaining European Saturday we have had for quite a while, and I think you feel a little bit sorry for missing it, especially when then you look at the results. CJ, really, realistically, did we look at Lunar Galaxy and think, yeah, you know what, they can take down the major champs?
No, not at all, to be honest, but we said the same thing about Jobless, and even Endpoint were a game away, a goal away from taking down BDS as well. I think just yesterday was insane. And I think it was refreshing, Leaf, to have a Saturday like that. We've had a few days where it's been a lot of 4-0s and 4-1s. But the funniest part about yesterday, the 4-1 was actually the biggest upset. It wasn't a favourite winning, so a big day.
I agree. I think it's fun sometimes if there's a lot of games to be played. Okay, get a couple 4-0s to move on, but finally, just in the last weekend, let's have a good showing of some great Rocket League. And this quarterfinals definitely delivered on that. And I'm hoping the semis and grands will deliver on that too. And speaking of it, Shogun, you said yesterday was just an absolute banger of matches across the board. It was really hard to put together this top 3 plays, but we do have our top 3 we got to get to. And CJ, why don't you start us off with
Yeah, we do. And we're kicking it off with a Chronic. This man was insane. How good is it seeing him back at the top? He gets the demo and follows up with a lovely little redirect. Just have a look at this. Straight off the kickoff, he hunts down Itachi and he's ready for the pass from Atomic. Fantastic stuff.
We're seeing players do it all, and Alpha absolutely continued that fashion. In the back, gets the dunk on Ixo, picks up the 100, towards the ceiling, a reset on the ball. See you later, Oli, see you later, Resi. Double tap off the backboard from his own corner. This entire play started. Vitality did not win the series, but they absolutely won out on the meckiest play.
And then we come to number 1, staying on Champions Field. It's Exotic, goes to the ceiling, gets the reset, and where's he going to put it? Well, nowhere else. Top corner, no chance for anyone to get the stop.
You love it. Yesterday was just such a sick set of series, and I like to see it cleaned up like
So
that.
anyway,
Top
on to
three,
the
ladies.
next one. Vatira comes in, gets a hold of it, gonna take the reset. Who's gonna stop him? Absolutely no one, because here comes a toe to put it in.
Shogun, what are you doing? This is a top
Sorry,
three.
there was a lot of really good plays yesterday.
Okay, you know what?
Sorry.
Fine, I'll give you one. But
Right.
we got to move on. Okay.
Appreciate it.
We're going to move on to the next play, Lee.
Hey!
Thank you very much. And Tommy getting the dunk on Seiko. People clamoring to see this one again. Right in the corner. Somehow he sneaks it in. No one on Gentlemates anticipated this at all. I don't know how he gets that read. Does the pre-flip. It's no dramas.
But the show keeps
No,
going
you're not
on,
doing
and
it.
it keeps going with ads. So have a look at the redirect transition off the corner in the biggest game of K-Corp's online season, Game 6 against Oxygen, and he's pulling out mech like that.
Guys,
Anyway,
come on,
Leaf, we
guys.
go
I need a show to run.
number 7
Come on.
of it all. Oski to Archie. Archie to the goal. That is number 7. This joke has not run its course.
Okay, I give up. Just do whatever you want to do.
And that's it. That's it. I mean, that's it.
I'm sorry.
Is that it?
It's not
Are you
funny anymore.
promise?
Until the final play where Atomic is back. Don't you worry. He's there for the second. Gets the reset. Again, see you later, Gentlemates. It's another one to the backboard. And I was blown away by just how much these players and their mechanics have grown in this event.
All right, you can have it back, Clown Leaf.
It's
Yeah,
all
there you go,
yours.
pal.
I don't know
After you.
I don't know if I want it back then.
After you.
I'll be honest. No, this,
After you.
it was really hard to put those together. To be honest, if there's a
I-
chance we missed some even.
No. I mean,
yours.
I'm after you. Anytime.
After you, mate. Yeah, all yours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
go on.
yours.
Keep
Can I
going.
have it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I have
topic
it now,
number 4.
Okay.
Let's
Can we
roll-
just
keep
drop
the
them
show
all
going,
off?
Lee.
Right? This is my show. Okay.
Because you try and win your own topic about this. Like, no, you can't go ahead and win a topic.
It's my
you
turn.
wrote.
Stop talking. It's time to get to where you watching. I hope you guys brought your whiteboards because it's game time. I want to test your attention span. See if you guys were paying attention. Europe has been great with player cams. I've been watching what's going on there, and I'm seeing if you guys were watching too. And I'm going to ask some questions. Get the stats out of here. I'm not Gibbs. Stats be gone. Let's ask some questions about what happened on the broadcast visually here. I'm going to throw up 4 questions. And you're going to answer on your whiteboards.
Okay.
Some of these are visual, some not. First question here is, in the KC versus Oxygen matchup, all players with player cams had black headphones except for one.
Yep.
Who had the different colored /shade headset, and what color or shade was it?
Different colored headset.
Yeah, someone was wearing a different one. Someone wanted
What,
to
just out
stand
of all of yesterday? Oh,
out of all of the players during the KC versus Oxygen matchup that had
I know
player
this.
cams. Do you know this?
I
You
know
think
this
you
is
have
the
this,
easiest
Shogi?
question of my entire life.
If you guys are ready, I think
Yep,
it's time
I've
to
got it.
reveal the answer.
Yeah.
Chat, you can play along too.
Archie, because he's never got his camera
okay.
on.
Correct.
anyway,
That's
so-
exactly what I thought, show Archie, because you cannot confirm or deny.
Yeah.
That is a very specific answer from CJ. Let's see if he's right.
so easy.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you can't. Right, there we are, there we are.
Show
No,
me.
no, no.
Show
okay.
me.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
we're
looking
still
good.
good.
Show me.
Okay, it's got to be Archie.
Show
It's
me.
got to be Archie.
Yeah.
Okay, no, now show Archie. Show Archie. Show Archie,
Archie.
please.
Archie did not have a player cam.
Oh,
So
that
we
means
can't
that
confirm or deny.
Oh, no.
We can't confirm or deny. Point to Shogun and Stumpy. Thank you very much.
My question was all players with player cams. You guys just ignored the question. Good job, CJ. Point to CJ.
Thank you.
No one's happy
Great job.
about that.
Good job for actually listening to the
Nobody's
question.
happy about that at all.
All right, question number 2. All day yesterday, throughout all the games, there was one green car on the field. Who was using that setup? Who had the green car?
Don't stare at me as if I've got the
And
answer.
don't look at you guys can't look at chat because I'm gonna see if chat's
Well, they don't know anyway.
chat got the Vatira one.
No, they do.
saying.
Hive minds. Okay.
Well, I guess a few of them did. So.
who had
Don't.
Who had the
Right,
green
I'm
car?
gonna go this.
Okay, I've accidentally pressed like a blur button on this, so
Okay.
it's not my camera.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
I'm taking a
guys.
complete guess here.
All right,
This
let's
time
see what
it's
you
right.
got.
Okay,
Throw
I've
'em
got
up.
Archie.
Okay.
Archie
All right.
again.
No, it's Archie.
Bixo
It's
and
Oli.
Oli. Different answers. That means only one of you guys potentially
Okay.
could be right. You could all
Okay.
be wrong. It's Oli.
Get it! What a guess!
Rocking
Get this
the green
eventually.
car.
I thought
I'm
I remembered
upset.
one in one of
I
these like
remembered one in
wild
this.
series.
Yeah, I was.
Yes. Yeah.
I guess if people who casted it would have had an advantage there. So, yeah, I'm upset because green is my favorite color, and we don't see enough green
Likewise.
cars on the field. You
That's
know?
fine.
Maybe it's because I think it blends in with the fields too. Like maybe it's the grass clippings. I don't know. I'm overthinking that. All right, next question here. This one is a video one here, so we can throw it up here. Between what games did Zen look out the window to contemplate life?
To breathe in all of that French air.
I do actually know this.
Between what games?
Between what games?
Wait, can we hurry this one along because I don't think they know.
I casted this series, and I don't know.
We'll have until this video's done. Okay, you guys ready? I guess we can end it early. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess once the video drops, you guys can flip it here. So
I'm just gonna have it preemptively up here.
Between what games did Zen look out the window
look really
to
smug as well.
contemplate life? Between 6 and 7.
It's between
6 and 7 and 3 and 4. Let's find out if Stumpy is a big dummy. By revealing the answer.
There as well.
No.
Zen needed some fresh air in the timeout between games 6
series,
and
didn't we,
7.
Stumpy?
Yeah, I know we did, but I didn't know which timeout it was in. I can't remember when the timeout came in.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember it because I said about French air, but I just don't know what happens and when. I'm sorry.
Just everything else.
Hey,
just doesn't.
You can
I'm just
you can be happy, Stumpy. I saw a lot of people in chat get it wrong too. So take
Thank you. I'm as clever as chat.
That's what you get for copying chat.
All right, last question, guys. Last question here. You guys ready for this one?
Yep.
All right, CJ.
Yesterday, we caught CJ here on vacation in the Outback. Some wildlife showed up, and I want to know how many kangaroo-like figures were in CJ's
I'm trying to count it in my head.
I have to say kangaroo-like.
Are we counting those as kangaroos?
Right, yeah, so...
There was
kangaroo-like.
Do you want to reveal why we're calling them kangaroo-like?
Well, we can't. No, because that's going to give you the answer.
What do you mean?
No.
Oh, I think you meant visually reveal.
No, so
No.
The thing was, we needed something that's not really copyrighted. So I got AI to make an image of the Australian outback with kangaroos, and it was just four-legged dogs. I think. In the back.
Dear dog kangaroo thing.
There was a horror movie going on there.
I'm ready.
All right, what's your answer, guys? We got scenarios.
I'm changing my answer.
CJ thinks 7. He was there. There was a lot of action.
I just changed from 7. I just changed from 7.
So just give me
You just changed from 7. Well, I will have to reveal that was a mistake because there were 6. One behind his head there.
1, 2.
There it is.
Is there really? Let me.
Love this slow motion footage of CJ in the outback.
Photo.
So
yeah, I have it as well. I counted it.
There's a ducky in front of them.
6 happy kangaroo-like figures. I don't know if they're happy.
You can see that they're definitely not kangaroos. They have no leg. Like they're not. They're, I don't know.
So is that tie between myself and CJ?
No, this is a tie.
2-2.
All I know is that Stumpy did not win.
Brilliant. Cheers.
That's all I know here. And that makes us all winners. Let's get to scenarios, though. It's time to get serious. Thank you guys for playing along with us. It was very fun. Hopefully, you guys are paying attention to your matches today. I won't be doing trivia because this is the last show here. But we do have to get to scenarios. Points. Look at that. These are so important. I'm sure the prize money is great for some of these teams. Luna Galaxy definitely want to get a chunk of that. That's what's important to them right now. But for the other teams, points are so critical. Stumpy, talk to me about the major 2 situations here.
And right now we've basically got a situation where we can either have 3 or 5 series today, or 3 to 5 series. So Jobless right there with 28 points. They are sitting behind Gentlemates and Oxygen, who both are out of the event right now, so they can play catch up. If Jobless win the entire event, they then finish themselves on 36 points. We can take a look at the bracket that they would need in order to be able to do that as well, because if they then get through to the end, regardless of whether they're against KC or BDS, because they're already ahead of them anyway, Jobless are going to be taking through that win. They then end up with 36 points. We can then see where then our table would be ending up, because that is then everybody on that 36. Our tiebreaker then is going to be between Oxygen, Gentlemates, and Jobless, and they'll be playing for 2 of those major spots in these 3 games that we played.
I gotta admit, that's just madness that we're still at this point in the season, and we have a situation where those tiebreakers can come on. Hey, NA did it. Fingers crossed, maybe we can get it too.
NA was incredible for that as well. That series with Rebellion and OG was one of my favorite moments this entire season so far.
All right, we do have to get to kickoff soon here, so CJ, I want you to walk me through the season and looking towards Worlds. What's going on here?
Yeah, how long do we have? No, so the situation, as explained by Shogun with Gentlemates, it's pretty simple. They need 4 teams to go ahead of them, which is why they are qualified for Worlds. If K-Corp win today, then Gentlemates are at the major. They get 5 points. K-Corp cannot get ahead of Gentlemates, and then you look down to Oxygen and Jobless. Even if one of them wins, basically they both would need to win the major to jump ahead of Gentlemates, which is obviously impossible. You can only have one winner, so they're guaranteed through to Worlds. But as we can see, there's still a lot to play for. If we do get the tiebreakers, Oxygen, Jobless, all still in the hunt, and K-Corp as well. Still sweating on the results from Oxygen.
Well, a wonderful day of Rocket League ahead. Let's take a look at the most important competition.
No,
though.
let's
It's our
move on from
predictions.
this.
Oh,
Let's
Coin
move on
had a
from
great
this.
day
I'm kind of happy
yesterday.
about this, actually.
Mate,
Because you're not last.
I'm at the scum with Shogun because of my alphabet
Have
name.
I ever not been first in this graphic? I
don't think so.
top left. You know, top
No, I
right,
have.
Tommy.
Thank you very much. I've been first a good few times last split, but then it all got taken away from me.
Yeah, well, that's not right now, Stumpy. There's a lot of losses for you today. Well, maybe
That
they can get
coin
better as we
farmed
go through.
yesterday.
Point is
Anyway.
outrageous.
All right, show me the bracket. We got kickoff on its way. It's playoff time. 3 best-of-7s and maybe some tiebreakers after that. For now, we do have to play these ones. Taking a look at the schedule, it's pretty straightforward. You guys know what we're doing. K-Corp, BDS second. Jobless, Luna Galaxy up first. Let's start breaking this one down. Our first of Championship Sunday. I'm sorry, Luna Galaxy, but we have to talk about Jobless. We said it a million times before. Shogi, let's reiterate it, how important this day is for them.
So yes, they have to go ahead and win all of this. If they do not win this open qualifier, then they are out altogether. If they go ahead and win it, fantastic. You're playing again in about an hour or so because they will have the, I believe, 3rd seed in that tiebreaker tournament, which means that the 2 teams above them will get to play against each other, and then the loser of that would play against Jobless. So there is a lot to do. There's a lot of steps to go. They've got to effectively just win the next 3 in a row, and one of those 3 happens to be an open qualifier finals.
This
think-
is quite the series, Stumpy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that there's some teams here that are going to be relishing that pressure. They will love the fact that it's all on them. Like Jobless, in some world, might be thinking, this is great, we don't have to rely on any of the teams, it's all in our hands. There's absolutely another world where they crumble, where there is that issue, where they cannot take on because it's your entire season either ends today or you know, you might then make it all the way through to the end of June, and then you can then play in front of a crowd potentially.
Stumpy,
I don't understand how they're going to deal with that pressure.
It's that moment that you go from, could you imagine? That'd be really funny. And then you get to today and you're like,
Wait a minute.
oh, wait, this is actually real now. We might actually do this. So yeah, let's see how they go about this, because whilst we are kind of putting Luna Galaxies aside, Luna Galaxy have a shot to be the best performing team so far this weekend. They have been unbelievable since the moment the Swiss started.
Yeah, it's tough though, CJ. I feel like when you finally realize, oh, it's possible, that reality starts to sink in and almost roadblocks you. It's really hard to get out of the way.
Yeah, it's as Shogun said, as soon as it becomes a little bit real, we do see a lot of teams fall at the final hurdle. And I was just laughing at chat, reading a few people that are still, they go, wait a minute, did Jobless beat Vitality? Like, what is this? Where were you? It still hasn't sunk in for a lot who didn't quite tune into all of yesterday. I know, it is a crazy semi-final, but congratulations to both these teams. As Shogun said, Luna Galaxy, they've only lost to BDS so far, which was back in the Swiss stage. They went 3-1. And as you said, they have a, well, I was going to say the way BDS were looking, but the quarterfinal wasn't fantastic. But it's a great result so far. They're having a fantastic last qualifier.
It's kind of crazy how BDS is still in the tournament, and yet their loss against BDS has not aged well at all. Like, everything else, fantastic. They got a win against KC earlier on. Obviously, that win has really aged well, given the way KC were playing yesterday. But for Jobless, they just need to keep this up and going. Ixo has been peaking over this weekend. He's had some incredible saves. He's been setting himself up incredibly well. Over on the opposite side, it's Atomic. It's Atomic, not Chronic. I know for some of you that are tuning in, you're not maybe so used to seeing these players on the Sundays. Chronic and Atomic, different players. Gonna have to try and keep an eye on that one, but Atomic himself, I mean, yes, he was the star man of all of yesterday, outplaying everybody in his way.
I mean, bear in mind also, we saw him multiple times in our highlight package that we ended up throwing for with 8 goals in total. He was in there with a good few shouts, and there were more goals and more saves that he got that really could have cemented him for even more plays at the top.
Oh, hands down. I mean, if there was an MVP for yesterday, you look towards that player, especially just given the fact how many highlight plays we got out of them. Again, as I said, I probably missed some of the highlight plays. There was just so many there. But I do want to know, chat, what you guys are thinking. Hashtag JOB for Jobless. Can they make the miracle run? Or hashtag LXG if you believe these players might just be too strong for Jobless to overcome. I want to believe in the miracle run.
Do it then.
It's very hard.
Go on.
I just
Go on then.
I don't
Go
think
on.
I can.
Go on, be brave.
Leave.
You weren't brave enough to take the segment back from us earlier on in the top players. Be
I
brave
want
enough
to.
switch Jobless.
Yeah, I'm brave enough. I'm putting my foot down. They're not doing it. We had our fun, and it's not going to happen. Throw our predictions up here if we can, because let's talk about these. I'm curious if anyone else also does not believe in them. It's just Stumpy.
Give me Jobless, baby! I back them. I want them to. I want the chaos. I want the long day. I want the 5 series that we're going to have. We can't have North America outdoing us. And Shogun, you were there saying, do it then, pal. Go on.
Wait a second. Wait a second. There's a difference between predicting a team and wanting a team to win or wanting entertainment. I think the Lunar Galaxy.
We want entertainment.
One and the same, baby. One and the same. One and the same. Brain equals heart.
You're crazy.
It's called a prediction, not a want.
My heart and my brain are the same organ, and I cannot differentiate between the two. All right.
How on earth are we in a tournament, by the way, where we on the desk have turned around on the very first match of a championship Sunday and went, yeah, Lunar Galaxy are the favorites.
Well, they
you
stuck
guys.
in. We were just not paying attention to them. They're like, guys, our turn. Put us on the
from what
show.
I've seen, chat's not going to agree with us at all on this.
Yes. Come on, chat. There we go.
But that
Join
means I
me.
can leave Cole and Stumpy behind for the predictions. They can be at the... Yeah, okay, there we go.
Get on.
Nah, it's historical bias. They're not looking
Right.
at the weekends. They skipped yesterday. They didn't see it, all right? They thought it was going to be boring.
Coin time.
This guy right here. Let's see if
Coin's been clever.
Coin's doing good
Points been
yesterday.
good recently.
Go
It's
Jobless.
got
Yes, get on, Coin. Come on. Coin
I
was
think
only
that
wrong
means
with
it's
1
happening.
yesterday. 1.
It was so
That was
close to
crazy.
perfect.
The question, though, Stumpy, do you believe the Coin had its streak, ended on a loss, and will continue that as a streak, as Coins should even out?
Just a road
or
bump.
Was it just a road? It's just a road.
Just a
block?
road bump, baby.
little-
It's been having smooth. So the coin has been in the mud, actually. It's been down here. And now it's coming back out. It's got a little bit of wheel spin on the mud, but it's coming straight through. But seriously,
you point out
this
for-
is a really even series.
The season, actually, the Coin is just above average. Somehow, despite how bad it was, I think, 2 weeks ago.
It started really bad.
I mean,
It was really rough.
It's doing fantastic. But if you look at the series, Jobless had a bit of a topsy-turvy run. That series against Vitality, Game 7 was huge, but they lost their way a little bit. Fruity said that. Compared to Lunar Galaxy, I mean, what a phenomenal
Right.
series. 4-1. They have not put a foot wrong yet.
As we go into the match, raise your hand if you want Jobless to do it, regardless of yeah, I think we want it to happen. Right. Well, we just don't think it will happen. We'll find out, though, as our matchup is ready. Jobless have to continue the miracle. They need to win this major to even participate in those tiebreakers. Can they do it against Luna Galaxy? Let's find out.
And here we go. Championship Sunday in EU finally begins in earnest. And just as it seemed this season was starting to come to its natural conclusion, Johnny, Jobless could put a twist in the tale.
Yeah, what a twist that would be. What an entertaining prospect this is for all of the neutral viewers, all of the neutral fans. We're watching this one, waiting to see if we'll have more tiebreakers for the major. And after North America's tiebreaker last weekend, I wouldn't mind it. It's probably the most entertaining content we've seen all year online.
And I mean, it's more than just entertainment. The way that Jobless have been playing throughout, as Resi gets them off to the perfect start, has been high quality.
I mean, it has. Jobless, they're playing with absolutely no fear. As Tuck said, I'm not sure if he tried to fake that or if he tried to deflect it back corner, but if it was a fake, it wasn't a good one. It's just gone straight in their net as Resi shoots it past them. Perfect start for Jobless, who don't have anything to lose. They really don't. And nobody expected them to be here. But they, like Luna Galaxy, they're just trying to finish their season with the best result possible.
Well, as they get closer and closer to a potential grand final, Jobless, the way this one started, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. They will just be starting to believe that they have a chance of making it towards London. Who would have thought? But Lunar Galaxy, I mean, despite that opening slight misstep in the kickoff, they were fantastic yesterday, particularly Atomic.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, they comfortably won. It was Jobless who went to Game 7 in their quarterfinal. Lunar Galaxy managed to take out Gentleman's 4-1. It wasn't even close. But Jobless looked locked in early on. And this is definitely a squad that's more well-rounded than the results this entire split would suggest. And, this is going to be 2-0, in fact. Oli pouncing at the end of a Resi center ball. And inside 1 minute, Jobless are keeping that script going.
Yesterday against Gentlemates, it was Lunar Galaxy that were 2-0 up early doors, but this time it is Jobless, starting the series like a house on fire, looking brilliant, controlling everything, getting all the shots in. And so far, 2 shots, 2 goals, 100% hit ratio for them. I do expect that Lunar Galaxy will come back fairly quickly. They weren't slouchers at the start of yesterday's series. And here they come. Here's Atomic. This one into the center. Tox is there, almost gets over the top of Ixo. This game's off to a rip-roaring start.
You know, I really like the pass middle from Resi on that last goal. That, you know, kind of losing or controlling a 50 on purpose now. Atomic gets one back after a Chronic's air dribble hits the post, goes back onto the goal line. And the defender was worried about the bump there. Ixo jumped away from a Chronic, thinking that a bump was coming.
Yeah, great work from a Chronic, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. So happy to see him back in RL Esports for good. You know, back here in semifinals, back here in Championship Sundays, a man who made every single major last season with Team Liquid and performed well at Worlds as well. He was certainly somebody that you'd expect to be getting to the end of these tournaments in Europe. And here he is, leading his team, leading his new squad in Lunar Galaxy as they attempt to the grand final. Resi, though, he has the ball now for Jobless. Ixo's in the center. It's been a decent start for Jobless, but that goal may just shake them somewhat after there was the opponent dancing past their defense. Here comes a Chronic again. He started off. That one's awkward from Resi. Oli has to help out Ixo here. They managed to, but there's more nervy times in defense. A Chronic comes again, and it's saved once more, but Oli misses. Atomic can equalize another block. Oh my goodness, it's pandemonium at the beginning here.
Yeah, Resi using the inside of the post there to launch himself into a goal line save. Now here comes Resi the other way with the air dribble, stopped by Atomic. Did have that huge day yesterday, mostly offensively. It was Tox who claimed, oh wait, Tox has gone the other way here. I didn't think this was going to sneak past, but he's found the opening. Well, Tox said yesterday he just sat back and let his teammates carry him. It's not happening today with an air roll shot past it. Oli, who had boost in defense.
Yeah, pure pace there from Tox. Oli was left in no man's land, didn't know where to come or go. In the end, made the wrong decision and had to watch the ball bouncing over his shoulder and into the back of the net. And as we were saying, Lunar Galaxy, don't count them out. A couple of goals now. Tox sneaks another one in. His reads of the game, Johnny, up there with the best.
Yeah, Oli was trying to waste some time here, but he didn't waste any time. He just got completely right on that touch by Tox, and more passed it down to him. Tox with the open net. Slotted it to take the 1-goal lead. That is a big mistake there by Oli. Again, he had boost in defense, but he just made a bad touch when he needed to get the ball clear.
Oli, who was excellent against Team Vitality in Game 7 yesterday. Some of the bumps that he got, some of the creativity he was showing as we went down deep into Game 7. So, don't expect him to lose his confidence for a couple of awkward misplays in defense, but it has to be said that was tough from him. Resi tries to charge down Tox. Suddenly, and I don't think Jobless will know how it's happened, they find themselves a goal down and Lunar Galaxy come forward again.
Now we've got Lunar Galaxy with the lead. They didn't hold back with any leads that they had against Gentlemen. They did keep pressing for more goals, more offensive plays. You know, Jobless will be annoyed at how they've let this one get away from them. They had, you know, a very good start, very good first minute, and then it all kind of fell apart defensively. Tox with a tough read, does well. Atomic's helped him out with the follow-up, and Chronic's waiting downfield. Everybody getting involved in this transitional play. Well, how about that for a defensive pinch? Ixo testing Tox, who's been absolutely phenomenal all weekend as the third man for this team.
Jobless, who have rallied somewhat after the awkwardness there, but coming forward again is Atomic. This time, the floor play seems to be where Jobless are lacking right now. As soon as it's stuck to the ground, they don't seem to know what to do, when to go, who to bump and who to leave. Atomic, thankfully for Jobless, has the ball in the air this time. He does get a flip reset. only he wasn't caught in no man's land on this occasion. Follows that one along. Iconic does get the read on the backboard. Jobless starting to turn it back on now. Ixo to the corner, but no one's there. And the attack comes to nothing. Not quite there since getting their second goal, Jobless.
Yeah, they haven't had the opportunities. You said, they're 2 out of 2 for goals from shots early on in the game. Well, they've only managed to produce 4 shots since then, and none of them have been goals. 42 seconds left, and as you could hear from your dismay, Cole, lack of cohesion in the midfield for Jobless, and Tox making a double tap defensively to clear the ball. That was off the back corner as well.
Yeah, it was a painful double commit. Another thing that Jobless are going to have to shake off going into the last 25 seconds of game number 1. Luna Galaxy on the cusp of giving themselves something this season, something to look forward to for next season. As Tox sends it wide, Rezi's there. How's his touch? Mechanics have been excellent since coming to this level of RL Esports. If Hogan Modi gets the assist almost, Oli's coming in this time. Oli's on the backboard. He will have this one clean. Wants to get the second touch. Double commit there from Luna Galaxy is a good one. But Rezi can wait. One more chance, maybe. No, it's not going to happen unless Oli's just hit the post. But I think Ixo will have a go here. Gets charged down by Tox. Oli gets another bite of the cherry, sends it long. Atomic kills it, and it's game 1, Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, started off 2-0, like we've mentioned, for Jobless, who have more to play for today. They've still got the major. It's a long shot. 4 series wins in a row, including tiebreakers, needed if they are going to make it. But this is their chance to make it happen. Actually, I don't think it is 4 series. I think they just need to win 3 out of 4. But we'll get into that tiebreaker scenario a little bit more if they win this series. They've got to beat Luna Galaxy first, who are on a tear right now. Jobless do have themselves to blame for this one. The Luna Galaxy started off a bit lackluster with 2 cheap goals against them, but Jobless countered with 3, cheap goals. First one, not so much. Chronic did play very well to set that one up. But the next 2, that's a big misplay by Oli. He had so much boost, but he didn't put a challenge in, didn't get goal side, and even worse for the third one, just gave the ball to Tox, who, he's got 2 goals. He's not getting carried in offense today, Cole.
No, you have to praise Tox there for the read. He saw that Oli was putting the ball in that corner, and he was aware of it. He gambled as well, which is something I always like to see these pro players do. Thinking, I think he's going to miss. I'm going to actually commit to him missing or making the mistouch, which can be a scary thing to do. And in the end, Luna Galaxy got their just rewards. I think the game plan for Luna Galaxy has to be attacking Jobless, because they have no pressure on them at all, Luna Galaxy. And if Jobless starts to feel it's getting away from them, mentally, it'll be a long way back.
Oh, definitely. Luna Galaxy have just been very tough to beat in games in this playoff run. Gentlemates struggle to create offensive chances against them. It's not all about the defensive stops in their own half. Notice in the tail end of game 1 how many interceptions they were getting early. That's a big component to Luna Galaxy's success, and something that translates well to matches against all the best teams in the world right now. It's early challenges, early pressure on the ball whenever somebody's going for a big mechanical play. No hesitation from Luna Galaxy when it comes to that.
Rezi gets that one over the top, and it's a decent start in game 2 for Jobless. They're trying to keep as much control of the ball as possible. It won't be easy considering those early challenges, as you mentioned, Johnny. Here is Ixo. Came to life yesterday, really. Towards game 7, he was wonderful. Oli shoots, a decent shot. Just ask the question of Luna Galaxy. Ixo to the ceiling. Rezi's coming in. Does he pass or shoot? Instead, he goes solo. Takes a first touch. Fakes out one. Almost gets it past the other. Tries to weave his magic, but it's closed down in the end by 2.
And again, it's a promising start for Jobless, but this time they do not get any goals off the back of it. And it just feels, right now, at least to me, I'm sure this will be up for debate depending on who you ask, but it feels to me like Luna Galaxy just have a little bit more bite in their offense right now. Jobless have, like I said, they got more to play for today, but that does mean they've got more to lose. As I said earlier on, they've got nothing to lose, but that's only in the context of expectations from their fans, from the viewers watching. Nobody thought they were going to be here, so that they've already overachieved, but they can still, of course, make the major. Like you said, Cole, once it gets closer and closer, you start to then get more nervous, because suddenly you've got it right there in front of you and you don't want to lose it.
Oh, brilliant
And they
again
are.
from Tox. It's the simple stuff from Tox, Johnny, that he does so well.
And the last man here, Oli, this time just doesn't get a good 50-50, just gets completely destroyed on the challenge. I mean, he had to obviously worry about 2 players here, but I don't know how he's lost that 50-50 so easily. Tox has gone through him like he wasn't even there.
And from a kickoff as well, Tox seems to be directing everything perfectly in these situations. There's another awkward moment here for Jobless on their own goal line. Fans of the Chaos might just be wondering if Jobless's run could be coming to an end. They'll have to step up. We've seen them do it. It seemed that Team Vitality were coming back against them yesterday. They won 2 games in a row leading into Game 7. They had their tactical timeout and they rallied. This is a team that have shown mettle when it's been needed.
And now, Luna Galaxy looking to add the exclamation point. Oh, what a shot by Atomic. 2-0. Controlling touch on the sidewall. And then a beautiful carry, reset, and the finish between 2 defenders. There's no question about that. They might have gotten some cheap goals before this one, but that is the best one we've seen this series.
An absolute beaut right there. What a strike from Atomic, the man who scored some beauties yesterday. We had about 15 goals in the highlight package on the pre-show. That one maybe not quite as good as some of his best from yesterday, but a sign that he's there. Tox is trying to follow a corner up yet again. This could be 3 before you know it if Jobless aren't incredibly careful. And even rotating out, a Chronic getting more on the ball, not allowing Rezi to get involved in the play. Ixos just bypassed again by Tox, who seems to have all of Jobless's number. Only fakes himself out there almost, and Rezi had to be alert.
Yeah, it's a bad situation for Jobless. They are not being given any time on the ball here. Very active rotations by Luna Galaxy and going the other way. Atomic denied the double tap by Rezi. But the pressure just keeps on coming. I mean, this team are not holding back. They've moved their defensive line way up. Chronic's actually got a flip here as he's landed on the ceiling and uses that to intercept not just Ixo, but also Atomic, his teammate, who didn't see that one coming. And look how much more easily Luna Galaxy are getting the ball out of defense. Just one simple touch and back into the blue half we go. And compare that to how difficult it looks for Jobless to fire the ball back at them.
And Atomic's coming back this one. He's ball side, so he has to even for his teammate. Tox coming in with no boost, so this should be the pressure gone. But again, the clearance is so wayward there by Jobless. It's like they're not even thinking, but it's the fact that Luna Galaxy are making it look that way. Here comes Tox. It's one after the other. Who's going to be the one to finally take that shot? A Chronic's turn this time. Ixo clears it one more time, but look at Atomic waiting there, full boost. He knew exactly where that ball was going. Tox has nothing left, but gets it towards the blue goal. It's defense via attack, Johnny. This is the training drill at this point. And it could be the chance now. Chronic shoots.
Wow.
Rezi gets it high again. It's just endless. Atomic this time. Finally, they get their goal. That was painful.
Absolutely relentless offense by Luna Galaxy. Chronic with a really smart play to hit the backboard intentionally, demo the goalie, and then jump out of the way of his teammate's shot. I know a lot of us watching would have saved that as we tried to recover it at the underside of the crossbar, but not a Chronic. 3-0. Luna Galaxy have completely taken over this game, completely taken over the series.
I feel like that level of endless pressure will be studied for generations to come. I'm not sure I've ever seen constant shots on one particular net at this level of Rocket League for that length of time. It was a good 30-40 seconds where Jobless just could not clear at all. There was always someone there for Luna Galaxy. And we're seeing now, considering this is in the top 4 of Europe, they're up against a team that yesterday beat Team Vitality. Luna Galaxy showing they are and could have been, if they'd started as a 3 at the beginning of the season, a real premium team. There's a bittersweet disappointment there. It's beautiful though to watch them play it out now.
14 shots to 2, 4 goals to 0. I'll be shocked if there's not a timeout called after this game. You know, hide the nameplates at the tail end of this game and ask anyone in the world which team are you watching. You'd be getting guesses like BDS, Falcons, Furia, you know, the highest power offenses in the world. But it's Luna Galaxy who look at that level in this game. They're completely blowing Jobless out of the water right now. And they look like they could maybe even win this whole event. Never mind just this semi-final. Now, it is a best of 7. And there is a timeout for Jobless, so they've got some time to figure out what's going on here, figure out how to fix their own problems, because the end of last game, end of game 1 and the start of game 2, both involved big mistakes from Jobless. And, you know, Oli just losing a 50-50 there. I didn't see it coming. I'll be completely honest. You know, 3 goals, 2 at the end of last game, 1 at the start of game 2, that were completely surprising to me, because it looked like a decent defensive position for Oli, and he just didn't play it correctly any of those times. That's not to say that he's the problem, though. I mean, if you're alone at the back, your teammates have obviously not done a good job recovering as quickly as they could have. So the whole team needs to step it up here, but they've just got to get these defensive touches right.
So there was a tactical timeout where Fruity is going to have his work cut out for him. He was on the show yesterday with the interview, all smiles, but now it will be down to serious business because, I mean, as Fruity was, alluding to himself, they're a team that are searching for an org, that are trying to sell themselves. And so far, this performance has not yet been that. But what I would say is that they have requested a new server, so maybe one of the players was struggling to get involved a little bit. There may be not an excuse, but a factor that might explain some of the plays. But I mean, that doesn't show the dominance between both. I was very clear in my wording. So I'm not saying, oh yeah, that's why.
I don't know, it's totally valid to request a new server. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can't put up that 4-0 on the server. I don't think that's ever going to work. But hey, they've got a new server coming up, so they can at least use that as placebo, perhaps, to try and get this comeback started. I mean, they started off game 1 so well. They were looking fast in the midfield. They were
3 seconds, Johnny, mate. Couldn't have started better.
Goals. Even if we ignore the kickoff goal, they did get another goal from midfield play. It was a very nice goal. Rezi deflecting an offensive 50-50 into the back corner for his teammate to come in and score. But after that, it all just fell apart. I mean, it started off with Jobless defense falling apart, and then in the tail end of game 2, Luna Galaxy just reached a whole different level. They've really shown Jobless, you're going to need to play well here. You can't just expect to get a win here when you're showing up and just playing average. We're playing with consistency. You're going to need to peak to beat us today.
And I'll tell you what I loved yesterday about the interview with Tox. I love the fact that he said that they are playing for money. Ultimately, Luna Galaxy are here. They've not got any chance of making the major, unfortunately. They've got no chance of making Worlds. But the more they win, the more they earn. There's a $21,000 prize pool to the winners of this tournament, and I would not say no to a third of that. So the fact that Luna Galaxy have that sort of very immediate motivation, because normally when these interviews come in, players say, oh yeah, I'm playing to win a world championship, to win a trophy, to be seen as one of the best. But there's also a lot of money involved in any esport, particularly in Rocket League as well, So it's good to me to hear that sort of honesty from Luna Galaxy. And if they are on the same page, then they are working to earn. And I think that's a great thing. And it's clearly working for them because the three of them are in complete tandem right now, Johnny.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Tox's post-match interview yesterday. He just seemed so calm and seemed so, I guess, like you said, on the same page with his teammates. We only heard him talk, of course, but to have a player come into a post-match interview and say, yeah, my teammates both popped off. This was the Acronic and Atomic show. I just sat back and held it down in defense so that they could go crazy. I mean, that's just what you want to hear from a player like Tox, who definitely sold himself short there, by the way. It was not just the Atomic and Acronic show. It was the Luna Galaxy show. You don't beat Gentlemates 4-1 with just 1 or 2 of your players showing up. And Tox was absolutely crucial for them, especially in the closeout game defensively, which is just as important. I mean, yeah, they look like they're all on the same page today. They are very much flowing as a team, playing as a team. Jobless have lacked confidence. I think the biggest issue has been just giving away possession for me in the last game. I didn't like that they just lost possession so easily. Yeah. It felt like every time they would get a touch, it would be 1 touch and then right back to Luna Galaxy for 4 or 5 touches.
And that was a little bit frustrating as well because the period of pressure that Luna Galaxy had, obviously, it was because they were playing perfect Rocket League ultimately, perfect rotation in Rocket League. However, there were occasions where Jobless could have taken a touch, could have faked a player out, could have gone for a 50-50. Instead, they were going for the simple clear right down the throats of the Luna Galaxy players who were just waiting there with 100 boost. And it's like, that's the bit of the pitch you should avoid. And they were going completely for that. So I don't know if, a couple of goals down with 2 minutes to go and they just couldn't clear their lines. If somewhere in their minds they were thinking, this game has gone, go next. I don't know if it was that, or I don't know if it's, the pressure of the fact that, they've gone to bed from yesterday after beating Vitality and they've thought, oh my goodness, we can do this. That's when winner's tilt starts to come in, when you start to question if actually the miracle run could occur and you start to get in your own head about that. So I'm hoping that with this slightly extended tactical timeout that they've taken, because we had to change servers as well, any of those sort of nagging thoughts, those doubts, those over thoughts, overhyping in your mind, have gone away, and we see the real Jobless, and we see them put up a fight against Lunar Galaxy because they are much better than we've seen so far. And they've just scored. So there you go, all good.
Oh my days. Well, Chronic was there to save this.
Oops.
But he just faked himself out. He flipped away from the ball. That was completely the wrong way by Chronic there. He had the goal covered. He was goal side of the ball, and he just flipped away from it. And that's a complete brain fart. Obviously, a completely unforced error. And it's gifted Jobless a 1-goal lead.
Well, here we go. We had this in game 1, and they doubled their lead before too long. Let's see if Jobless can do the same. Maybe they can.
The server's
what a save
fixed.
there from Oli. Yeah, new server. Suddenly they're
server's
gone again.
amazing.
I told you it was a server, Jonathan.
Oli with a huge defensive play. A massive change up from games 1 and 2. Clearly, the server was not copium. They are transformed in game 3.
Oh, the demo's coming in now.
What a
Jobless
server.
are back, baby. What a server this is.
What a server! I mean, night and day. Ixo with a blistering center ball while the demo comes in from Rezi, and Oli's there for the finish. They were 2-0 up in game 1 in a minute. Now they've done it in 37 seconds.
Man, this is an Andy Roddick level server. This is ridiculous. This is quality. Here comes a Chronic. He won't score. He's going to be saved by Oli. Oli's a new man. Look at him. Following the ball up. Suddenly we have Jobless back. Talk to us about Jobless, Johnny. Why are they so good?
I mean, it's just that hunt for employment. It keeps them up at night. It keeps them practicing longer than their opponents. They just never stop grinding. And also, I would imagine that urge to make the major, the long shot to make the major, is probably quite motivating. Now, Oli alone in defense on the new server, I don't expect that to be an issue as he easily gets the ball clear. But oh, what a shot. Oh my goodness, it's somebody just drilled the crossbar from miles out. That's saved by Rezi. Oh, what a strike.
Yeah, but then after that, Ixo was diving across. He caught the ball. It should have been going in. And just by coincidence, it hit one of the defenders on the goal line. Jobless defense going crazy right now. They've been credited with 2 saves, but it's been more than that as Oli charges down Atomic. The ball goes high. Atomic gets that one forwards towards the blue goal. It still lives a charmed life. Rezi up against the Chronic. The 50-50 game, so much improved right now from Jobless. But what we are seeing is this Lunar Galaxy press is starting to come out, but now they're dodging the bumps in the demos. They're taking their time in the clearance, and look how far they're getting with the ball.
Yeah, you know, a few more minutes of this, and we're going to have Lunar Galaxy requesting a new server because they are getting completely outplayed right now. And unlike game 1, they've not been able to kind of level out the shots on target as Chronic stretching with this. He's not going to make it. Ixo with extra power makes it 3-0. I mean, it was half clears, it was poor clears, giveaways of possession in the last game. Now a hard clear just goes end to end and into the Lunar Galaxy's net.
Nothing wrong with a big old booming shot from one side of the pitch to another that rolls in. A special of, you know, low Grand Champ players everywhere. If you can do it consistently, it gets you much higher up the rankings. And Ixo was pretty consistent there. Atomic, he shoots though straight from the off. There's one back.
That's perfect placement by Atomic. Oli wanted to offload to Rezi there, who ran up the wall away from a demo. Couldn't get a favorable touch, but well placed by Atomic before third man could rotate back into position. Inside halftime, Jobless concede once. Now, can they keep it at just 1 goal conceded? Last time this happened, they started to fall apart. And they're falling apart a little bit here. No, good save by Rezi. That's clutch. And gets a clear off the back of it as well.
Yeah, they really needed that. If they concede 2 straight off the bat, it could be difficult, and the questions will be asked again in their minds. Thankfully for Jobless, Rezi was there to save the day. Tox takes a touch. Rezi's staring him down, but Tox gets past him. Ixo sends it high, but there's nobody there on that occasion. And Rezi into the corner from Oli. It was a nice idea, and Oli actually turned that into something with the pre-flip after being bumped. Lovely first touch from Ixo to the ceiling. He goes for the must-see. It's not quite there, and Tox manages to bob and weave, dodge the dodge, and then get the ball away.
Yeah, Jobless have stabilized here. This is definitely a massive step in the right direction, and not a moment too late as well. We saw Gentlemates, after calling a timeout yesterday against Lunar Galaxy, losing game 3 as well. But Jobless have come out here, picked up a freebie on the kickoff, but then kept it rolling as Ixo looks to get a dunk on the end of his air dribble. He can't get it. Atomic kind of gives it away here. That'll bring Rezi into the play, but he just got matched there for speed as he tried to get the ball past the midfield. It's Lunar Galaxy pressing once again, and it's into the middle once again, and it's Tox who's there, and it's 2 goals Lunar Galaxy.
Luna Galaxy had to turn to their game changers. In the end, it was a Chronic who managed just to place the ball on Tox's plate, who made no mistake in sending it in the back of the net. And now the nerves will be jangling once again for Jobless. Oli wiggles his wheels, tries to keep himself in the game before the kickoff. Still some defending to do here, but the ball is all his. He can slow it down. Take that first touch over the top of Tox, who gets it to Atomic. Here comes Oli.
Oh.
Driving down like a Predator missile. Rezi up against Atomic. This is good from Jobless. I like what I see after conceding that second goal.
Yeah, nice defensive air dribble by Oli to just take the ball forward under control. And that was the main issue in the last game, in my opinion. They just couldn't control the ball for any extended period of time, but Ixo's doing so right now. Air dribble into Tox, who deflects it well to the back corner. 1 minute remaining. Luna Galaxy trying to make it 3 in a row. They have scored the last 2 goals. The momentum is definitely on their side.
Whoa.
Atomic's double this towards his own goal, though. Nicely takes power off the final touch, though, so that defenders can get back first.
Yeah, Atomic, who got so many beautiful double taps yesterday, he thought he was invincible, but you can still score own goals.
Whoa.
And all of this has led from that pressure. It's self-imposed and it's 4.
Ixo with a harder hit here than Tox was expecting. Rezi at the back post, giving him a beautiful passing option. Yeah, Tox in that position did not think that ball was going to come across so quickly. He was more worried about the near post pass before he knew it was over his head.
And Jobless have managed to steady the ship and should just now have done enough to be able to claim this game. Certainly if this one goes in. What a statement this is, Johnny.
It's exactly what they needed. It's exactly what the 3-way tiebreaker scenario needed.
The dream.
Jobless have to win this event to force that one. Remember, if you're just tuning in, that's the scenario you're looking for as a neutral who just wants to see as much Rocket League as possible. But yeah, Luna Galaxy's maybe cooled off a little bit in that timeout, I think. More so than Jobless. Well, it wasn't just rather Jobless stepping up the game. Like, Luna Galaxy cooled down just slightly, and I'm definitely still concerned for Jobless when Luna Galaxy hit top gear again. So I expect that to happen well before the end of the series. We're only 3 games in. It is 2-1 in favor of Luna Galaxy. Definitely the best game we've seen yet from Jobless. Closing it out quite comfortably.
Yeah, I feel like priority number 1 from Luna Galaxy going into the next game is do not concede as Rezi scores the next one. Is do not concede after 3 seconds. Trying to survive the first few. Don't get kickoff goals. Look at this finish from Rezi, by the way. There you go. All Rezi this. All Rezi. Well done, Rezi. let's get some shout outs. Press 1 in chat if you're impressed with Rezi there.
Yeah, very nice shot by Rezi. Who's done well. He's actually bounced the ball off Tox and then off another Luna Galaxy player as well who was falling from the ceiling. I mean, how he calculated all that, I'm not sure. But what I am sure about now is that, that man on your screen right now, Fruity, is going to be very happy with what you just saw. That's a dominant display. And what will make him even more happy is that they responded to Luna Galaxy clawing back. After initially going up 3-0, it was 2 goals by Luna Galaxy that had Jobless on the ropes again. Yeah. But they managed to get back into control and win it quite comfortably in the end. I'm sure Fruity was on the edge of his seat when it did end up 3-2 in favor of Jobless. Ixo to Rezi, and that 4th goal gave them the cushion that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, their defending was so much more impressive, in my opinion, Jobless. Not just the goal line clearances, of which there are probably too many, and I don't think Fruity will want a repeat performance in that sense. He won't want, Rezi having to dive across the goal, or Ixo doing the same, and it pinging off Oli, just about bouncing out. I want it to be a bit more structured in the opening third. But I think the middle of the pitch was where I was much more impressed there with Jobless. They were charging Luna Galaxy down. When there was the big clearance, they were taking their time, finding the man playing in front of the ball, getting the middle boosts, and ensuring they weren't just being swarmed by Luna Galaxy. And while Luna Galaxy have certainly called, Jobless did well to cool them down themselves. And as we head into this next game, it's suddenly pretty open. Jobless get the next game, and this series is wide open. But Luna Galaxy, they'll expect themselves to step up here.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy have started off Game 1 and Game 3 of this series by just completely giving away a free kickoff goal. And they've not done so here.
What up?
The even-numbered games, they are immune to kickoff blunders, it would seem, in the opening seconds. But I do think that if they were cooled off, they'll be back in form now. The comeback didn't end up being completed, but they looked scary Luna Galaxy, and they have looked consistently scary. Every game in this series, they've looked dangerous. Jobless are going to need to keep up their level. They're going to need to avoid defensive mistakes. Well, that could have been one of them, but Ixo's got a chance to keep control here. I think he's done well enough to buy time for his teammates. It's great defensive play by Ixo. Baiting attackers in, keeping control, getting favorable 50s.
Yeah, they've certainly fixed whatever was going wrong defensively for them in those first couple of games, Jobless. Whatever happens from here, at least that aspect has been ticked away as Chronic takes a touch around his own backboard. Luna Galaxy now realizing they'll have to do a lot more work in order to get the ball into blue territory and to keep it there. Oli, I think he sideflipped. Did he have a chance of shooting, or did he pull out of that one?
Oh, he definitely had an opportunity there, but it was a rushed opportunity. He had to get up quickly. And yeah, whether he side flipped accidentally or reactionary, realizing that it was over his head. Oh dear, that's the
Oh, what a save.
Rezi with a huge save. But before that, Ixo just gave it to Luna Galaxy at the back post there.
No boost.
And these are some small mistakes from Jobless. We talked about the fact they can't afford to make these. That's brilliant from Oli. Controlled in defense, continuing to now transition the play into the other half.
Yeah, Atomic had to dodge out the way of Oli as well there, because Oli was trying to get a little bit more as he rotated out. But this is what we've seen recently. Luna Galaxy just having all the pressure. It's rarer now, but when it does happen, you fear for Jobless. Rezi is already up waiting for this one. Iconic gets it past him and gets the pinch. It's a good play from him around the corner. Anyone coming in with Atomic, and there wasn't quite the bump that he wanted. So Ixo was able to make the save, but they come forward yet again. It's another big save there from Jobless. Chronic, he goes high. He's got control, he's got the flip reset almost over the top of Ixo. In comes Atomic, it must be 1-0, and it is. There you go.
Ixo did get one defensive touch here, but he needed a follow-up, and Oli didn't go for it. He thought Rezi was going. Rezi didn't have boost to go. Really, it's a lack of decision-making there. Quick decision-making from Jobless leaves them down by 1. And again, it's Luna Galaxy, who look like the more aggressive team and the more consistent team at just creating those chances to score. Here's another one. Atomic with a slow shot straight at Rezi, looking to get Rezi flipping out of the way of the ball there. Rezi did well not to.
Yeah, nice bump on Rezi there as well. As the Luna Galaxy man was rotating out, Tox is coming in. He's still keeping some boost, but won't be enough to get this ball again. It's all a little bit cramped in the corners right now. They're getting in each other's way, queuing up to clear it. Both want to have the chance to mechanic their way out of trouble as far as Jobless is concerned. It has to be a little bit more than that. Oli is going to have to try and maneuver himself here. He couldn't do it, Johnny. That one stings.
Yeah, that's tough, and it's starting to happen again for Jobless, unfortunately. The unnecessary defensive mistakes cost them in game 1, cost them in game 2, and now game 4, it's happening again. Luna Galaxy at this point will be well aware of that. They'll know that they don't need to force the issue. They just need to keep sticking the ball in awkward places, keeping the rotations going, keeping the recoveries coming through, and this is their series in the bag. I mean, Jobless just making far too many mistakes.
And they can't even blame the servers anymore because they performed excellently on these very servers as Tox gets in another one for Luna Galaxy. Jobless still tripping over their own feet, unable to get the ball away. So Iconic had no boost there, and he got 2 50-50 wins and a bump on Rezi to allow in Tox.
Yeah, it's just such a good trade by Chronic, just rolling right through Ixo and bodying Rezi as well. 3-0. It's an absolute disaster for Jobless. The Luna Galaxy have deserved this. You know, they haven't made anywhere near as many mistakes as Jobless have. This is a chance. Oh, what a save. That is unbelievable. What a read, first of all. But what a save as well by Atomic, who's now blocking Ixo's angle of attack. Frustrating times for Jobless as they fail to close the lead.
Here comes Rezi to the side. Ixo has a chance here. He's got boost, but Atomic just charges him down so quick. He doesn't wait at all to see what's going to happen here. I was just thinking, what's Ixo going to do? Atomic didn't care what Ixo was going to do. He's not going to let him. But only gets a redirect into the center. Tox clears it long this time. Luna Galaxy just always seem to have something in the tank. They have the boost, they have the ball. The 50-50 game has belonged to them since Utopia started.
Yeah, it's not good news in modern Rocket League when you're losing the game when it's being played at a fast pace, and then you're losing it when it's being played at a slow pace as well. I mean, what do you do? It's, you know, really almost too late for Jobless to figure out the answer to that one in this game. Luna Galaxy's defense has been far better than theirs for every game in this series, apart from, of course, the where they lost, but even that I don't think was too worrying for me. That's a decent attempt, surely, and it is going to be one for Oli. A brilliant shot by Ixo to set this one up. They needed this. Not a moment too late. That is a perfect strike by Ixo. As good as a goal when it lands in front of the goal, as it did.
Well, the way it's not as good as a goal in this situation is that it might have ticked another second off the clock.
True.
If they do manage to get one soon, maybe that second could make a difference. We'll see from the kickoff here. No, it's well charged down by Tox. Back into the corner. That may well be Jobless's fight run. But Rezi takes a touch into the center. He can get the next one. Oli's going for the bump. He almost gets the box. Akronik goes for the doink, but it's charged down. There's a chance here. Oli pass or shoot. He tries to shoot. Tox had it covered. And even if somehow Jobless can score now, I just don't think there'll be enough seconds left in the day. It will be Lunar Galaxy 3, Jobless 1, and Oxygen and Gentlemates are on the cusp of the major.
I'll tell you what, fair play to Jobless, nearly creating something out of nothing at the end of the game there. Oli was just a fraction of a second too late to bump Tox out of the way, which would have left the net wide open. It's very close. He couldn't really move any more quickly. He didn't have boost in the position. But once more, I mean, Jobless, it started off with defensive errors. A small mistake in the first goal, but a huge mistake in the second goal. Oli just lost control completely, and he just hasn't been comfortable this series when he's been left alone at the back. And then Ixo and Rezi getting 1v2'd by a 0 boost to Chronic. No one's been able to be that guy in defense today for Jobless. They've just not had any semblance of consistency at that end of the pitch, and it's cost them.
It's got to be said, defensively, it has been a poor series from Jobless as a whole. The three of them have not been in complete conjunction. But Lunar Galaxy, they've prodded and they've jabbed at all the weak points that all the weak points that Jobless have showed, and they've done that excellently. So they are on the cusp now of their first grand final as a team, of Achronic's first grand final since 22-23 Spring 1, of Atomic's first grand final since RLCS X Spring 2 and Tox's RLCS X Spring 3. These are players who have had to fall to the bottom, kick and fight and scrap their way back up. And now at the end of this season, a season that, as far as they're concerned, is going to be ending too quickly, they have a chance of claiming one final glory.
Well, it is always the discussion, is it EU depth or EU inconsistency? And as always, I think it's a bit of both, but these guys are... They're producing their best performance in the last event of the year. For Lunar Galaxy, it's a shame that they couldn't figure out, how to play like this earlier on in the season, earlier on in the split even. Missing the playoffs was just missing top 8 was just not good enough for them in the last event. But this is, a squad that is very, very strong on paper and is delivering right now, trying to finish off their season with the best result possible, trying to end Jobless's season. Can Jobless do it on their own terms? Can they go out on their shield here? Because if they are going to lose, you don't want to see them lose to more defensive mistakes, to more unnecessary errors. Let's see if they can get the ball into offense and do the work that we know they can do. They beat Vitality yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you completely there, Johnny boy. There's a lot more that Jobless can be showing us, and this is their chance. Their occasion on the big stage. They still have it in their own hands to make it all the way to London. And if they could from here, from this point, what a story it would be. They've started this game a little bit better. More comfortable underwater, it would seem, as far as the maps are concerned. But Atomic has the ball now. Ixo can't get it past him. Oli should be able to steam in there and put it to the side. Oli can take a couple of touches. This is where Oli has played okay so far this series, when he has the ball forwards and he's going for, passes in the final third.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's definitely been the defensive errors that have cost Jobless. Oh, what a play by Chronic, air dribbling high over the top of the defense. Oli's gotten up quickly for that one. That's a long shot, testing Atomic, who's done brilliantly, not just to save it, but land well on the back wall, keeping ball pressure and denying Jobless any easy follow-ups.
Nice touch from Oli. That's what he's been waiting for all series there. That's the one he's been looking for, and he's done it well on that occasion. He gets it around the corner. Here he comes, 0 boost, but would have been able to get the steal. Or he not taken out the game by Tox. Ixo keeps the attack running, though. It's decent pressure right now from Jobless. Oli was in a good position to get that touch from a Chronic. And I like what I'm seeing from the team in blue. They're not overcommitting. They have a third man back far enough to clear something. When they are clearing, Johnny, they're finding each other.
Well, they've been cleared here. Resi flies back down from a bump and lands on top of the ball beautifully. Inside half time, we have a very timid attempt. Oh my goodness, where did that come from Resi? I was going to say timid attempt defensively from Luna Galaxy. They're waiting for mistakes that are not coming. But how about this from a block? Resi deflects it straight into the net through Atomic.
Just a massive dunk. Nothing else to be said about that. And a spark of life there from Jobless. Introduced by Resi. Top play from him. Here's Ixo. That one's going to fall to Acronic. It might be an instant response. It's but Oli comes in clutch defensively. Acronic has another go. The triple, the double. All sorts of taps there on the back line. Not to be foiled, the Jobless defense. Ixo forwards with no boost. Gets a couple of touches. Atomic's there. Sending out wide. Resi's here again. Tries to slow things down. Wants to get his teammates involved in the play. It's another huge dunk. It's bouncing just wide this time. The chaos is falling to Jobless.
And now here come Luna Galaxy the other way. Acronic with the air double bump. He's absolutely deleted the defense of the backboard there, but Tox's shot is easily saved. The boost steal's looking to come through for Luna Galaxy. They didn't get it though. Boost running out in the attack, and now here come Jobless the other way. Can they make it too?
Oof, so close to the bump there from Ixo. Atomic got the catch, held his nerve and sent them away at least for now. Keeps his boost and sends it to the halfway line. Resi's there. You can sense that Resi is desperate to get even more involved here. He's sensing his mechanics are waking up, but Oli has to do some defending. Tox charges it down. There's a chance for Ixo. Oli to the backboard. Oli could sink it and does, and it's 2.
Jobless are not done yet. They could still make the run. And although it looked pretty far away from them before this game started, 3-2 sounds a lot more winnable. 1 minute and 17 left. No massive defensive mistakes for Jobless in this game. Let's see if they can keep it going. Can they make it? Another goal even. Oli testing. Tox making one save, turning around, making another save, but Jobless will be quite happy with this position.
Yeah, it's like the players have switched sides at the moment. Suddenly it's the team in blue that are making it so the team in orange aren't able to clear. Swamping them. Here comes Ixo. 50 boost is enough to get the shot away. Tox had to put that one to the side and avoid the bump. It's more good play there from Tox. Could he turn this into something Acronic? He tries to get the bump in front of him. Tox almost squeezes it through. There's Atomic on the backboard. Ixo long towards Tox and Acronic. Tox looking most likely right now for Luna Galaxy. His teammates have the mechanics to make something out of nothing. Acronic almost Psycho-esque there in his touches. He's going to fall to Atomic. They have to score soon, Johnny, if they are to get back into this.
Yeah, they have pressed the pace in the closing seconds when they have trailed. They're doing so here, but Jobless have got boost. They've got defensive players in position. And this is very much theirs to lose. They've got to just waste a couple more seconds, which they do. And we'll be heading into game 6.
Wow. Well, we had the Gentlemates and Oxygen players packing their passports, looking up things to do in London, but suddenly they realize they may have just a little bit more work to do yet if they are to make it, because Jobless, resurgent there, send us to game 6, take us to Neo Tokyo, and that was their cleanest performance of the series.
It was, and it didn't have defensive mistakes. This is really all I want to see from them for the rest of the series, is no massive defensive mistakes. If Jobless lose without any more defensive mistakes, fair enough. Luna Galaxy are a solid team, but they can't be going out with more of those blunders that have cost them 3 games in this series so far. When they can avoid those, they look like they're more than capable of matching Luna Galaxy, even one-upping them. And so 2 games they have won this series, they've won pretty convincingly. It was it was initially a huge dunk by Resi to get this one started. And a nice finish as well by Oli. Didn't have all the boost in the world there. Still confidently doubled in the free play double. They're not looking... I mean, Oli doesn't look delighted with himself right now. They know they've got more to do. And I mean, what is there to be happy about? The job's not finished. They've got 2 more games to go. Is job finished, chat? I don't think so.
Well, the job is not finished, but all hope is not lost, and Jobless certainly have a chance of extending this day beyond even the 3 series minimum that we're going to see. A couple of best of 7s away. London may well be theirs, but first they have to win here again. Luna Galaxy were cooled down earlier on in the 5th. Will they be alive in the 6th? They've started it well. A shooting chance straight away for Acronic. Tox comes in, and that's exactly what LXG wanted.
Just 10 seconds in, Acronic Attacks from one side. Oli with a nice half flip save, but it deflects, unfortunately, off Ixo. Straight into the path of Tox, who was there at the back post to slot in the 1-goal lead. That was a bit unlucky there, though, for Jobless. Ixo didn't know much about the ball coming at him. They got plenty of time to fix that. And now here comes Rezi trying to do just that. Huge first touch, and he's going for the dunk. It's not the easiest follow-up, but Oli will have time on the ball here. Let's see what they can do with an extended period of offense.
Yeah, it's been good since going behind for Jobless. This is what you have to see. You have to see them not falling into their own shadow if they do concede a goal. It's going to happen. Rezi up against Tox now. Tox makes a save and gets away with the ball as well. Ixo to the ceilings, sporting. I love the new decal on his Octane. Looks nice, that one. Zoli's up against Atomic. Rezi should have a clean touch. It was him who opened up things in the last game for Jobless. Can he do so again?
Well, Tox looking to get involved in the offense again. He's very much been a part of the offense for Luna Galaxy today, which looked like three-pronged attack when they've been at their most successful. This is a bit of a scramble here by Jobless, luckily for them. And Chronic has played an equally ineffective touch, and now Ixo's got a chance the other way. Tox says, I mean, none of that mind game. Just go straight for the ball. No nonsense from Tox. He's not going to fall for your tricks.
Rezi side flipped away there, which is actually pretty smart because he knew the ball would be falling to Oli. They could play in front of the ball, and now look at the attack that it leads to. Half a chance there, but Atomic just gets it back into neutral territory and beats Rezi, who actually was waiting for the ball. So it's more nice play here from Jobless. They seem to have figured out the pace of this particular game as Tox is pumped away. Rezi shoots, but it's saved.
Oh, Rezi he couldn't really pick his spot there. He had options. He had time. But he just hit it straight down the pipe at the goalkeeper. You know, in situations like that, it might be better to just miss the target intentionally, get the goalie scrambling. Now Rezi with the corner double is, you know, fine if he fakes that as well as he did. He's leaving it to go middle. But Luna Galaxy have covered the options very well here. Atomic the other way. It's 1v2 in fact, but Ixo's come up huge there for his team as he manages to dodge the bump and clear the danger.
Yeah, it does that. It almost leads to a counter-attack, but there's more good ingenuity there from Luna Galaxy to keep the attack going. Here comes Oli, though, past a Chronic. Actually, it's past Atomic, sorry. Here is a Chronic now. On the side ball, he has boost to play with, gets it to the ceiling, follows it up. It'll be a shot on target, statistically, but not too much danger here for Jobless. Just over half the game gone, they'll be starting to think, when do we begin to strike? When do we up the pace? I've got more in the tank right now, but up to now, it's been a case of survival for Jobless. That could be the pass that opens things up. Oli's chasing, but he has no boost. That pass into the center is risky there from a Chronic, but Atomic brilliantly does something with it. Forces it home. Cox is coming in. Cox gets enough on the ball, and it's 2.
Oh, it's a dangerous game there for Ixo. He's just trying to keep the ball in the back corner without flipping. But he didn't manage to do so. It kicks up in front of the net. He got cleared out of the way. And it's 2-0. Luna Galaxy looking to eliminate Jobless, end their season, send themselves to the final, and not only that, but confirm the major squads for London.
Jobless will still have something to say about that, though. Rezi, does he go for this ball? He doesn't. Instead, it's another clean hit for Luna Galaxy. Jobless have to be forcing these into 50-50s at the very least. As Oli goes forward, no boost again. Where's all the boost gone for the team in blue? Rezi, he's up. Atomic. Rezi beats him, goes off the ceiling brilliantly, gets a touch on the ball. It's not quite perfect, but it is enough to get towards Oli. Ixo with a chance. Tox sweeps up. More clean defending from the German.
Yeah, this is all they need right now. Luna Galaxy have been by far the better team so far today. Jobless need to produce something special if they're going to win this one. And right now, it looks like they're more likely to concede again as they're pushed back into defense with just more than a minute left.
Atomic sends this one to the side. This one's going high. Will there be a touch from a blue player? No, once again, it's Luna Galaxy winning the ball every single time. Oxygen will be starting to believe. Gentlemates will be starting to believe that place at the London Major will belong to them. They will be praying that for the next 50 seconds, we do not see 2 goals going in for Jobless. Here's Ixo. Oli beneath him, huge pinch. Where's it going? It's going to be all in the defense. But again, Tox gets the read. He's so important for his team.
Yeah, huge defensive stand. And going the other way, it's Atomic. Of course it is. He's been an offensive powerhouse this playoffs. And on the transition, he was unstoppable here. Shoots it past the last defender after Jobless were forced to extend in the hunt for 1 goal. Now they need 3, 37 seconds to do it.
You just can't see it happening, but there have been some kickoff goals so far for Jobless. It could be another one, but
Shirley
doesn't get on top of the ball, but thankfully for him, Resi does. Takes another second, but they'll take the goal.
Oh, just when you thought the drama was done for the day, Oli backboards it to Resi, and we have back to a 2-goal difference, except now a kickoff is coming. The most volatile play in Rocket League. Let's see what Jobless can do with it.
Do they have anything in their locker? There's a fake there from Oli. Resi sends it towards the goal. Tox, another one. Another save, another swoop to the side. Ixo sends it high, tries to tee Oli up. It's good pace from Oli up against Atomic. Acronic sends it longbow. Lunar Galaxy on the cusp of their first grand finals of the team. The first time for some of these players since Rlcs Season X. Jobless, desperate, want to keep their season alive. Oli shoots it. It's saved again by Tox. As far as Resi, but Acronic to the side now. And that will be the moment that Lunar Galaxy secure their place in the grand finals. And we welcome Oxygen and Gentlemates to London.
Oh, Lunar Galaxy were the deserving winners here. They were better defensively. They had more firepower in offense. And this team looks totally locked in, Cole. I mean, I'm so impressed. I think they've got a good shot to win this one, honestly. They've got really... They are the team with nothing to lose. True. Per Jobless. You know, they wanted to keep that Cinderella run alive a little bit longer. It just wasn't meant to be, but... What a run Lunar Galaxy are having to take down Gentlemates and Jobless back-to-back, and now facing either KC or BDS in the final. You know, this is a perfect way for them to end their season if it is to end online.
For sure, and they're such a good team as well, Lunar Galaxy. I know it sounds silly, but the reason I say that is as a reminder that I love the quote you made earlier, that if you turn off the nameplates and you watch some of their gameplay and you said, who is this? You might predict Vitality. You might predict Carmine Corp from last split. You know, there is nothing lower in their gameplay than some of the top teams in Europe and the top teams in the world. It's a shame they missed that first split together, because what a story this could have been.
Yeah, and you know, for that you can't make any mistakes. This has been the split to prove that. You know, Carmine Corp made one massive mistake in Qual 5, and if you even make small mistakes, the competition is just too stacked right now. You cannot do that yourself. You can't have one bad event right now and expect to be top 4 in Europe, and that's what happened to Lunar Galaxy in this split. They made one top 8, missed one top 8, and then they were already pretty much out the running. But they are through to the grand final. They'll play KC or BDS later on today. That match is coming up next.
Yeah, I've been very, very happy with the way that Lunar Galaxy have performed. A great fight from Jobless. They brought us all the way to 6 games. Not to be enough from them in the end. We will be back after the break. It's going to be BDS v KC.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Well, all eyes were on what Jobless could do today. Could they make it through to the finals? Could they go the whole way to London? And the answer is a resounding no. Thanks to Lunar Galaxy marching on to their own beat. They have got another win. They are through to the top 2, and they might just go one step further. Shogun here, joined yet again by Tox. We're going to make this a little bit more of a regular thing at this rate. I want to start this in one place. You said to me yesterday, when we were talking about Atomic's play style, that you weren't necessarily happy with the way that you played yesterday. How are you feeling about the way that you played this time around?
Well, I think I was definitely more involved in the goals. I checked my goals, and I don't think I scored a single goal yesterday, but I feel like I was scoring every chance I had today. So yeah, it definitely feels nice to be a bit in the spotlight as well.
And how has sort of this week gone? Because we have so many examples of teams that do very well during Swiss and then drop off when we get to the weekend itself. What do you guys feel like you've done different to everyone else where you played well in Swiss and you're playing better in top 8?
Well, I think it's honestly just composure. The practice that we've been putting in after the terrible last regional we had definitely gave us the motivation and the capability of keeping on grinding. Obviously, we also had no pressure going into the top 8. Like, we knew we couldn't make the major anyway, so obviously that helps. Even with Jobless now, after we beat Gentlemates, Jobless had realized that they could actually make the major, and I think that is obviously also a good advantage for us to have because we have no pressure. They suddenly have this huge amount of pressure of actually being able to make the finals and the major, so I think that was definitely a helping factor, but I think, nonetheless, we would have beaten them 100%. I think we're just, today, we proved that we're much better than them, at least for today, and I'm just happy to get the W, yeah.
So you've been in positions like this before, but this is a much more recent one. What does the next few hours look like now? Are you going to be watching the next match, or is it just go into free play, sort of shut yourself off and prepare for the finals?
Well, I think it depends on all of us. It's probably going to be a different routine for every single player of ours, but I think, me personally, I'm probably just going to go to free play, relax a bit, because it was also obviously a stressful series, so just gonna go into free play, get some water, get some fresh air, and then watch the series with the team, and then yeah, get warmed up for the last series.
And before I let you go and prepare for that grand finals, you got this right yesterday. I didn't go with you. I still predicted against what you went for, which was a terrible decision. So I might actually follow you this time. Who is going to be meeting you in that grand finals?
Well, if you look at the past 2 series, KC and BDS, KC played a much harder opponent, obviously, and it was a clearer score, and the series just looked way higher level, in my opinion. I think BDS at their peak is ridiculous and insane. They can be the best team in the world, but I think at the moment they're just looking a bit iffy, a bit inconsistent, so it's going to be KC again, in my opinion.
Okay, well, that means I don't have to change anything because I already had them locked in. Well, thank you very much, Tox. Go and prepare for the grand finals, and we'll see you in just over an hour.
Perfect, thank you. See ya.
Well, the Jobless journey has been cut off. Luna Galaxy taking away their hopes of making major. Now, with all our teams locked for the major, the pressure lessens for the remaining teams. There's still some stakes on the line. Cole and Johnny are with me now. Johnny, again, the stakes are there, just a little bit lower.
Yeah, these guys they fully understood where they're at the entire event, it would seem. We can tell very much from Tox winners' interviews that they've had time, I think, to realize, okay, we're not making major. What is the new goal? And set that goal for themselves and try to hit it to the best of their ability. Just like they hit that own goal, very nicely done at the end of the third game. But they were clearly the better team yesterday, clearly the better team today. And now they just await their biggest test yet in the grand final, see if they can keep up this current level that they're showing.
Cole, I'm a little sad that the Jobless journey is done. I don't know about you.
Yeah,
but,
I am.
I would have liked it.
It's always fun when we have tiebreakers and craziness and silliness, but I'm seeing this one as a celebration of Lunar Galaxy, a celebration of Acronic returning to Rocket League Esports, a celebration of Tox and Atomic making their first grand finals since Rlcs exit was spring 2 and 3, I think. Just think how long ago that was. It was the start of the open era when we couldn't go to LANs. We didn't have proper majors. We had localized majors. That's the last time they made a regional, as they were called back then, grand final. And now here they are. They've been staying in this scene since then. I think it's a monumental story, and I'm so impressed. And Tox, what an interview he gives as well. I mean, bear in mind that he's German, right? His first language is German. He's using words like nonetheless. an intelligent man, a great representative. Yeah, I've just been very impressed with LXG in every way.
Well, as you can see above my face there, some things are a little locked in. Why don't we take a look at the points here? Johnny, first off, I really like the horse on your shirt.
Thank you.
That's very nice. Secondly, talk to me about the points here.
Yeah, it's locked. In fact, BDS, since they already have, I believe they have a chance to lock in first seed if they can just win one more series. Because I think season points are still favored in favor of Vitality there to break that tie. But yeah, the top 4 are locked. Oxygen Gentlemates just qualified to the major with Jobless exit because Luna Galaxy only have 4 more points available to them in this event, and it really does, I think, put into perspective how important every match is in this format. Had Luna Galaxy made it to quarterfinals in Event 5, the Qualifier 5, just 2 weeks ago, they would have a chance to tiebreak with Oxygen and Gentlemates with an event win today, but they didn't do that. They lost 1-3 to Top Cougars. Ruining Carmine Corp split in Open Qualifier for Event 5 and also ruining Luna Galaxy's split in the main event for Qual 5 as well.
Poor Carmine Corp. Whenever they've actually been to an event, they've done great. But it's all the stuff that happens in the background that's just worked against them so far this season. You're right. It is cutthroat the way things have gone. But yeah, Lee, these are the major teams.
That's it. BDS, Vitality, Gentlemates, and Oxygen lock it in, and across the board because the other regions are done. I'm not going to read them all out. You can see them on your screen. They're all locked in as well. We have every single team ready for that major. Now, of course, BDS is still looking for some seeding things here as they go for their dubs, Cole, but they are still in it, so they can fight for that.
I was going to say, if we can go back for 1 second to the London major teams, because there's something that I've realized is actually quite clever and tactical from some of the orgs, in that if they've got a black and white logo, when they get grayed out when they go out, you don't even realize they're grayed out. It's genius. Absolutely incredible. Yeah.
And if you're watching this in the 1960s, they would still be fully shown with all their glory.
This is the analysis that we were looking for here. Well, Championship Sunday does carry on forward as our next semifinal, our last semifinal of online events for 2024 is here. Carmine Corp versus BDS. This is a battle of titans. These two teams, Johnny, have continuously proven themselves to be top dogs in the region, but only one of them gets a grand final.
And remember that they do both still have something to play for here beyond this event itself. Right. BDS, obviously want to go back to back, but in bigger picture, they want to make that final to lock in number 1 seed for Europe. That's a huge deal going into the majors. Seeding is a tiebreaker in and of itself, and it will also give them a preferential matchup in round 1. And as for Carmine Corp, if they make the final, they make it more difficult for Oxygen to steal away their World Championship spot. If Carmine Corp can make the final, then Oxygen will need to win London. We've been talking about that a lot today, but we're going to keep saying it because it is a huge deal for KC. That is what they're trying to do today. They are trying to make it as difficult for Oxygen to take World Championships away from them.
And they will be well aware as well. I mean, you can see how despondent Oxygen looked yesterday after losing out against Carmine Corp. They will 100% be watching this right now, praying. Like players like Drali for Team BDS, a man who has improved with each and every open regional performance, will be playing up to his very best, praying that Monkey Moon is having one of his good days as well, because he's been slightly hit and miss by his high standards so far this season. And Johnny Exotic, the third man for Team BDS, he has pretty mechanically had one of the biggest step ups, and now it's ironic that Carmine Corp are going to be having to play against their old player as well in him.
Yeah, let's look at Exotic surveying the room before sitting down.
He's playing some football.
He doesn't get surprised. This guy, he's just cerebral. Look at him, rotating in real life as well as he does in game. It's good vibes at BDS camp, it would seem, and Casio is almost certainly a large part of that. This guy's a gem in the Rocket League community, with a lot of experience under high pressure situations himself. But they've just hit their stride at the right time, and I said it at the end of last event. I'll say it again. I think if every team in the world peaks, BDS are the best. I think this team's peak is the highest for me, and they haven't peaked all that often this season. They have been very inconsistent if you look at the season as a whole. But in the previous event to this one, they peaked. They dominated the final day. If they can peak today, I don't think anyone's stopping them, even peaking KC. Like, yeah, KC obviously want to prove that they are still one of the top teams in the world. I think they already did that yesterday for me, but they want to go and show to everybody that, hey, you might have this event without us. You go and have your London major. Then we're going to be back for Worlds to show you guys who the real top dogs are.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is such an important matchup for them too. I mean, just as they look towards Worlds, winning this is a massive proving point to themselves, Cole, to say, hey, we still have this, and when we go to Worlds, we can still win it and beat everyone. It's very easy to get in your head after you've had some of the losses that you've had.
I mean, it's easy that you use terms like when we go to Worlds, and for Karmine Corp, there is no when about it. Even if they defeat today's opponents 4-0, they beat BDS and they win the Grand Finals 4-0, it won't affect any more than, it won't put things in their own hands still, because Oxford will still go out, win in London, and their season will be over. So they have to rely on fate a little bit, but you are right. The more damage they do here, the more they are able to harm their opponents, the tougher it is for Auction. The more pressure there is on Auction, the more it gets in their heads, etc. So it's a huge statement of intent.
I think from their perspective, they have to be thinking the word when, though, right? Like, they have to believe that we will be there and we will be winning. Hashtags in the chat.
As the memes.
This is... I'll let the coin go out here first here, because I feel like this was such a hard one. I flip-flopped. I don't know if they saw me change it, production in the sheet there. Coin is going KC. I originally
Coin's been on good form recently. I've been very impressed with the coin in the last game. It's really
and I'm happy it's doing this, because I went BDS, but I flopped after Tox said, I said, I'm going to trust Tox today. I am going with KC. Johnny,
copying pro player predictions. I don't.
I had to, because it's a 50-50. I mean, you make really good points, Johnny, on this squad.
I mean, it's like I said. I think from what I've seen this season, if the best version of every team this season, if you put them all on the pitch, I think BDS win, and I think that they're going to be at their best today. That's what they did on Sunday last event 2 weeks ago, and Karmine Corp have not looked themselves fully. They're still regaining. They're still in the process. But BDS, they're the team to beat right now.
Well, the blue wall is here, and they say that K-Corp is going to make this into another Grand Finals, potentially at their last. K-Corp really needs a win here to extend their lead over Oxygen for Worlds, while BDS looks to lock #1 seed for London Major. The stakes have changed, but they are still there.
The major is out of sight for K-Corp, but a chance for their 4th EU qualifier victory is still alive for the Blue Wall. Every individual point earned from here on is vital. Stumpy Goblin, BDS shouldn't be too hard, should they?
I mean, you say that, but BDS, a peaking BDS, is world #1 as far as I'm concerned. They are phenomenal. They have also been relatively consistent this time around, unlike Karmine Corp, who have had ebbs and flows deep within the Grand Canyon. They're going to want to make sure that this is one of those times where they are able to peak, because it's so important, as Johnny was saying on the desk, not just in this individual tournament in terms of prize money, but when you look at the grand scheme of the entire season and World's implications. A major for Oxygen, there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, it'd certainly make Oxygen's London run a lot harder if K-Corp could take out the entire day here. As BDS, on the other hand, well, back-to-back wouldn't look too bad for them in terms of EU online qualifiers. And as I said, seeding still on the line. You want to be grabbing every point possible. And just a little bit of momentum for BDS going into London.
But with this early minute kind of ticking down so far, not seeing too many chances find their way through. Exalted, though, to the backboard, tries to dunk on Atto. We saw a good few players coming out from both of these teams. And CJ, I think both sides are clearly on very good form, seeing as they're meeting up in the semi-finals.
99 shots is a pretty phenomenal run in the quarterfinals.
Outrageous.
Myself and Chuggin had a lot of fun with that BDS endpoint series going all the way to Game 7. If the magical 100 happened, I don't know what we would have done, but it would have been party time. Whereas K-Corp, a bit more of a traditional series yesterday against Oxygen. I thought they looked fantastic, but it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and Monkey Moon is always present.
He was just waiting to see what he could do with that ball as Exotic taps it down. Rise Atto Vatira, standing in a position where he could chuck a paper bag over the lot of them, and Monkey Moon can tap it in above their heads. 1-0 BDS in just about 90 seconds.
Just such a smart pass there, wasn't it, from Exotic? I mean, he has the shot that there's 3 of K-Corp in net. And quickly, they turn into cameramen when you throw the pass back post. Monkey Moon right there. Great communication and a fantastic start for BDS.
KC will want to try and pull back as quick as they can, so we see how these series can run away. And BDS, one of those unrelenting teams where when they get 2, 3, 4 goals, they do not let up that pressure. They'll make sure that they continue. They want their opponents to be completely demoralized, but that is still a very long way off. Now 2 minutes has elapsed. Exotic can tap it over towards that left-hand side. Vatira up to the ceiling with about 30 boosts to start off the play. He ends with 0 and also no control of the ball.
Johnny said it perfectly there on the desk as well. I mean, when this team is peaking, they're just about unbeatable. This team BDS, and honestly, we almost fell into that trap as analysts and predictors in the previous event. They went to Game 5, they went to Round 5 of the Swiss. They didn't look fantastic, and then they just made the playoffs their own. Perhaps a similar story here, Stumpy. Yesterday, it wasn't the greatest performance or a couple of iffy moments, but they still have the chance to wake up and to start hitting some of those 99 shots. And quickly enough, they could well be the favourites in this one.
Shame it wasn't 100. I think we're all pulling for that. I was looking at chat during that series. 100 shots would have been something a little bit special. Right at the end of the series, they nearly had it, but Atto logging another 1 shot in favour of Carmine Corp there. 2 players up, and we do see BDS a couple of times, regardless of their opponent, to be honest, just go for a couple of these double commits. And I think it's on KC to make sure that they make them regret that at every turn.
I'm really impressed with Atto so far yesterday. I thought he was massive in that Oxygen series. And that's a fantastic dunk here. Is Atto again having to make a triple save. Someone help him. He's 1v3 in net. Does eventually get the clear. On the other side of things, I think, like to see Drally. I think he's got potential to pop off. Last event obviously was incredible for him. I thought yesterday, you know, it's hard to say a game when you have 99 shots that you weren't exactly playing well, but you know, my expectations for the young fella's pretty high, and I think he can perform even better here today.
And going into yesterday's series as well, Carmine Corp were one of these statistical leaders. Alongside Oxygen, it's just their quality of opponent wasn't quite there. And Exotic, reading the miss, the uncharacteristic miss from the backboard, is going to be giving BDS their second.
Hey, he gave off the assist in the first hand, and a huge whiff coming through. Very unexpected. That's not very K-Corp-like off the backboard. But as you said, Exotic, the only one who didn't really respect the touch, and he gets rewarded for it.
It's an interesting one for Exotic to go for too, because it was a somewhat routine touch for Rise. He just needed to fly in front of it, and it wasn't going particularly quick. His positioning, his launch from the ground, just not exactly what he wanted. Exotic maybe spotting that earlier than the rest of us, but into this final minute, BDS with that 2-goal lead.
Riley with the clear as well downfield, and that's all they need to do right now, BDS. Just keep denying those mid boosts. Watch for these kind of touches. Fantastic pre-jump again from Monkey Moon. You can see the confidence. I think Drally went as well as Exotic. They're recognizing it. There's a redirect underneath. Drally somehow ready for both. Lands on the ball as well. And once again, Moore's crucial seconds in game 1. Getting eaten off that clock.
Rise just wasting a couple of seconds there that his team do not need him to waste whatsoever. Exotic bumped away from the ball. Atto, chance to go low with it, gets it central midfield. A challenge from Drali comes in, who then continues on with his challenging game. Vatira relatively open net. Monkey Moon is there to defend. Hey, Vatira goes low, but with a slight touch from the open era GOAT. Manages to keep that goal away. Final 10 now.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal save from Monkey Moon. He was doing the limbo to dodge that and still get something on the ball for the save. But it's going to be BDS. Game number 1, really strong. And it does have some reminders for myself in that previous event where BDS, they didn't look fantastic coming out of the Swiss, as I said. And then they show up on a new day and look a complete different team. They are on right now. K-Corp unable to trouble the scorer.
I'm going to give everybody a peek behind the curtain here, because my predictions, as a lot of people will know, have not been going well this entire weekend.
Oh, no.
Yeah, horribly. I've been sitting at the bottom with other mud dwellers such as Shogun, who is used to being in the pit of prediction. And I want to try and claw myself out of that. And you know what I did, CJ, right before the series started?
What?
I switched. I switched from BDS and I went to Carmine Corp. Like literally,
Should have told me. I would have gone BDS.
as Leaf was doing the throw to us, I switched it over because I got scared. So I've gone Carmine Corp here. And this one win for BDS, I feel like I may well have jinxed them.
Well, it's very early on, as you said. It is a best of 7, but I'm with you. There's a few teams that you can sort of predict based on their form going in. That's why I did choose Lunar Galaxy over Jobless in the previous series. But then there's other teams like BDS that you kind of have to forget about, you know, how they're going and just sort of go, well, it's BDS. If they play really well, they're probably better than and can beat any team in the world. It's looking like that so far, Stumpy.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying before as well, the vibe that I got from this series is that we are going to either see a 4-0, 4-1, either for or against BDS. I think they either get slapped around or they smash the team that they come up against. And so far, looking like this one game is obviously going in their favour, so could still be that 4-0, 4-1 either way. The Carmine Corp clearly wanting to make sure that they do not suffer a couple of those goals going their way again.
Crucially as well, I think today, Monkey Moon looks on. He was best friends with the crossbar yesterday, but particularly defensively, some of those saves that he was pulling out there in game number 1 is huge for BDS. That's a huge dunk, though, coming through. Had to get back in time. Exotic, doing very well. Probably the least talked about member, Stumpy, of this BDS lineup. It's so important for his striking and, I guess, support facilitating role for this team.
I mean, he seems like a brand new player coming from Carmine Corp in the previous season. Exotic has been a mind-blowing addition to BDS, and he's come alive in a completely different way. Offensively, he has been one of the greatest players that we have seen come out of him. He looks much more confident on the pitch, and it's a pleasure to see, and BDS clearly thriving with that kind of skill and that talent being on their side this time.
Oh, it's so nice from Vatira. Saved Rally, though, and Exotic's right there. Look how quick BDS can turn defense into attack. Thought could have been a certain goal for Vatira. He had such good line on the reset, but fantastic defense. BDS perhaps not exactly known for their defense. A very aggressive team, but they're showing up here.
Good block as well from Drali. Has to chase it back to his backboard, land, catch, and then get it away. Does all of those things in quick succession to keep BDS safe. First 90 seconds elapsed. Exotically attacking from this left-hand edge. Tries to go for the 50. Instead, Vatira is going to be there. Rise in. Second uses a lot of boost. That's towards target. Atto with a miss, but Monkey Moon this time round not reading it.
7 minutes nearly gone now in this series, and K-Corp still yet to find their first goal. Could be a case of the one to open up the floodgates, but so far they look a little bit awkward. That's going to be online, but again, 2 are back in time. Exotic once again clutching up.
Atto now going high with it. Rise, fakes out the getting the reset. Instead, Atto comes in, and Atto completely undefended as well. Just couldn't get that shot on target. Atto, again, just taking a pot shot, trying to stress out that BDS defense. Back corner sees Vatira with 60 boost, faking out one, then going low with the next. 2 committing. This is where KC need to work in and stretch the BDS defense even further.
They're trying to clamp down, but you can see 100 boost, Monkey Moon and Drally. Exotic the only one low, even after they had so much defense to do, but K-Corp back on the attack. Rise with space. Monkey Moon instant pre-jump. Manages to find the bump. That'll be enough to get the clear for Exotic downfield. And the dunk on Atto is huge. Monkey Moon now off the corner. BDS trying to attack. Rise getting demos everywhere. All Drally can do is keep the ball in, but they've lost pressure.
And we saw Rise go back to that previous form yesterday as well with those demos, playing in front of the ball. The very proactive player. Lovely tip on from Exotic. Forces Atto into a save. But Rise working in front of the ball means that I think BDS need to firstly keep an eye out for where he's actually going to end up, whether he's going to be redirecting or bumping, or it just means that he is making sure that he can cherry pick in some way. And Monkey Moon going for that one, the reset on the block, the second, the third shot coming in from Drali. BDS really starting to form something magical. Can't quite pull it off just yet, however.
And that time it was like K-Corp looking like kangaroos in there, just hopping up and down. They managed to get the save, but not that pitch, because Drally has just used Rise, I think it was in the middle there, as a human launching pad. It was Atto coming off the back even. Gets the dunk and almost just shoots a top beards himself, but either way, Vatira not ready.
And also for him to get to the ball quick enough, he had to get the reset, land, using the wave dash to then get even close enough to that ball in the first place. Stunning play from Drali. And when we talk about, young guns in the Rlcs, Charlie has to get that mention. Atto, though, with a double, is going to want to move the topic of conversation right back to him.
It nearly took 10 minutes of gameplay, but finally they fire. What a first goal as well. Just look how smart that play is, Stumpy. The first touch to put it behind and on the backboard, so they couldn't get the clear, which makes the angle so much harder on net. That's the level of gameplay we have these days. Gives himself a very tough double to read, but finds the angle and nails it home for K-Corp.
There's a lovely fake kickoff too coming in favour of Carmine Corp, where Atto can then move back into his own half, and a miss is not going to lead to anything just there. But yeah, the fake kickoff at the start just gave KC that little extra bit of pressure. No goal, but we're going to be seeing what is available in their locker. And Vatira now with a really good chance, goes crossbar, can't sneak it crossbar and down.
That defender is fantastic, the crossbar. Just so reliable for any team, any net, any time of day. And it was just one of those cases where he had a lot of time to line it up, but he almost tried to place it too well. Great chance, perhaps going begging there for Vatira. But as I said, the floodgates might be open now. They got their first goal of the series on the board. See if they can get to work with 30 seconds left.
And I tell you what, with Vatira, I would have liked for him to have just taken either his time a little bit more or pinged it just not quite as perfectly. But we know that's what Vatira does. He tries to go for everything perfectly, sometimes to a fault. Atto, though, bouncing from the side into the corner, gets the shot on target. Exotic now struggling. Manages to work his way back. We're just going for one block and the second. Comes in with Rise challenging here. Monkey Moon just to send it long. Atto collects on his own back half. Pushes it again. Dunk after dunk. Rise now central with this one. BDS under pressure. Ball to ground to overtime.
I really like that from Atto. Just late, cutting rotation, just keeping the pressure on BDS. But from a kickoff, everything's reset. Drally gets a touch. It's pre-jump by Atto. He's trying not to land on it because Vatira wanted the shot. Unfortunately for him, he did get a touch, and that is the end of that attack. Look at the bounce as well. No one's ready. Everyone's going, whoa, let's back off that thing. Our Drally's got an open net, but he misses. Oh!
Relatively open net with Vatira getting back in position, but Vatira on the back foot. That would have been on target. That really could have been a goal. Rise now, they're able to take that pass towards the centre. Exotic challenging with Vatira, bouncing lovely, and two more players from BDS go to attack that one, and KC still haven't figured out. Send one man to their double commit, and then suddenly you're in a 2-on-1 at absolute worst.
How important these 50s are. Beautiful from K-Corp to set up Rise this time, but 3 back for BDS. Should be pretty easy to handle unless the demos do come through. It's a roof ceiling pass straight to Vatira. It's a ground shot. Everyone up and down in the net for BDS. Able to transition it out. Only Rise back. Can't get the touch. The demos are coming through. It's absolute chaos. He wants the shot. The K-Corp back in time.
It was that great block too, forcing it where the ball was either going to go towards the net or towards the corner. The final positioning from the KC defender just forced it into that corner bounce instead. Exotic again in that corner, just the opposite side. Sending it along from Drali. Monkey Moon going for the bump. Drali taking the touch, taking it low. Bottom corner is found. The shot from Exotic. Top bins. BDS find their second game.
I mean, how unlucky was this bounce off the post for K-Corp? It just fired straight out. You could see Rise wanting to take it to the corner. Exotic, the only one on the pitch that read it. And he shoots top bins. BDS get the job done once again.
That's KC taking the timeout at a great time as far as I'm concerned as well. You just want to make sure that you can shut this down because these games have been close. And with that final player, I just want to say that was Rise again, misreading the ball. And who else? Exotic. He read it on the side of BDS. That's the same type of goal that happened in game number 1 as well. Exotic's read of the game has been stunning so far. And the lead for BDS being 2-0 just piles up a mountain in front of Carmine Corp.
Yeah, it was a better game there from K-Corp, and I'm glad as well that they want to take a little bit of extra time on this one with the timeout. Saw Atto get involved, but you could just see once we got into that overtime, I mean, look at the bounce off the post. It's gone straight out. Exotic so quick to get the shot up, but you can see the pressure. You don't often see that from K-Corp, you know, leaving one back in the 3-on-1. Perhaps that is the pressure and speed that a team like BDS brings.
Well, now it's KC and it's Ferrer earning his paycheck. What is he going to be able to do in order to bring his team to that victory? Vatira probably showing the most classic sign of stress. He is literally biting his nails with nerves and anticipation here. And Ferrer's not bothered about that. He's just still talking in the background. But Vatira is clearly feeling it.
He's so professional, fair in behind though, isn't he? I mean, he's always looking sharp in the full. I love the K-Cop uniform as well. I think it should be
it's beautiful.
a global esports sort of thing, particularly for Rocket League. The pants, the tracksuit combo with the matching shoes. I love it. And K-Cop though, it's not all about how you dress. It's sometimes how you play on the pitch. BDS looking pretty good here. Perhaps Johnny was right. When these guys are on, even a team like the Blue Wall really struggle to keep up.
But we were talking earlier too about just the implications of this series for Oxygen mainly. When you have Carmine Corp battling to get to that grand final, what that means for Oxygen is that if they are successful, Oxygen need to win the London Major to then go to Worlds. If Carmine Corp fall here, then Oxygen, they only need to get to the grand finals. So at best to get, or at worst rather, for Worlds, for Oxygen, grand finals needed at the London Major, something that none of those players have done for a very long time. Joyo, the one previously, of course, at the Copper Box last time we visited. And game number 3, this could be where Carmine Corp really begin to turn it around because they absolutely need to.
Yeah, would probably love to see a little bit of some slow play coming through, particularly Rise. He's sort of a player that can sense the speed of the game. BDS applying so much pressure. Just would love to see K-Corp bring it back a little bit. Just take a little bit of speed off and try and catch BDS overcommitting. Because right now, as I said, this pressure, this speed game, it certainly feels like a BDS style of game rather than K-Corp. You can see it here again, reset off the ceiling. Didn't quite land that time for Drally, but they're looking so comfortable when they're making KC defend.
And KC's defense has been pretty good so far, just not quite good enough. And I think just the glaring issues that happen once or twice have been the difference maker. We don't talk as much about the stunning saves that they make or diving back or even just shutting it down before it really becomes a big issue. But when you have one error, like Rise going for that one mistouch once or twice, those are the problems that we do end up discussing, and this has been extended pressure in favor of BDS. Monkey Moon using all boost, but with a demo that opens everything up for Rise to send it a little bit further downfield. Drali picking up on the backside, but with no boost, he can't get it very far. Atto shoots it right on the corner, can't make it on target, cannot get the rebound either.
How did no one read that? No one saw that bouncing in off the side post, and ball just trickles away into the back right corner. Perfect chance there for K-Corp. Can't make it land. Now BDS looking to attack. That was a chance though. They did catch them out. I mentioned it before, just almost baiting BDS in. They had no third man in that situation, almost catching the open net.
That's a brilliant chance. Unfortunate for Atto that he wasn't able to read that post quite as well as he would have liked. But Monkey Moon also didn't read it. Neither of them getting the touch that they would have desired, but Monkey Moon getting the desired outcome regardless. Atto, long shot. That is going just wide of the net, but a demo opens it up. Smoke screen just fades in time for Monkey Moon to clear away.
Yeah, I like this from Rise as well. Look at him cutting rotation, looking for bumps and demos. This is what can happen when you just slow the pace down a little bit. It enables that first man to hang around a bit more. He's not so focused on having to rotate back, having to help out third. So he knows his teammates are going to be sitting a little bit deeper. Atto, fantastic first touch and a phenomenal shot. Rise underneath, but once again, Monkey Moon's defense has been stellar this series.
I saw a minute ago, Drali just sat in net waiting. Rise thought he was going to jump, and Drali stayed completely still, but did not move in net. And so Rise flew past him. That is the kind of play that we're seeing come out from BDS, where they know their game plan and they are sticking to it at every angle. Vatira slings it towards that backboard. With Rise continuing the assault on that BDS side. Midfield sees more and more battles. Atto dropping it down towards the tier of the 50, going in favor of BDS again. And my word, have we not seen those 50s go in favor of BDS a lot this series?
You can see a shift in gameplay though off the timeout. Look how much more common these bumps are. The demos coming through from K-Corp, and as I said, just playing a little bit slower, second and third, enables that first guy, the first one to challenge, to be able to turn around, look for a bump, grab some boost. It's a fantastic fake. This shot from Atto should have been in. He didn't have boost. I'll let him off a little bit, but it wasn't a fantastic shot from him.
Minute 40, ticking down 100 seconds. One goal could do it for BDS to send them through to that game 4 and 3. Semi-final points on their side. Atto, backboard, who's there? Exotic is, but lets that ball go loose. Drali has to come in to clear it away. Monkey Moon uses all boost to clear that one away. Currently a shoestring budget for BDS boost-wise.
And they're still managing to get these huge clears downfield, and they found Monkey Moon, the worst player you want to find if you're K-Corp. Drali
We got to keep this one in for now. Rise pre-jumping, recognize the whiff coming through, and all Drally can do is take it back to that corner where he does land on the boost. More bumps coming through. You can see Rise, you can see Atto getting busy up front. But for now, doesn't seem to be troubling BDS too much. If Atto can get a skim here, it could be incredible. It almost is. But really, we haven't seen many defensive mistakes from BDS.
Considering the amount of booster they're on as well, that is remarkable. They've been passing around about 150 to 200 throughout the team for the last 3 minutes or so, and KC have had full boost advantage, yet they are unable to score against this unwavering wall. A big send long with the 50, just wide of the net. Vatira has to clear it away from Exotic, but a boost steal from Drali could turn the tide.
It was a nice demo, though, from Vatira in return. Here we go. Atto going to fake the touch, uses the reset over one. Monkey Moon, all he can do is go to the corner. Vatira trying to find Rise. They're covering this so well, however, Exotic is putting himself in front, but it's too much. Atto once again, this time, striking with 15 seconds left.
That pass down from Vatira to Rise completely throws Exotic off the play entirely. Atto then can come in to finish it, but that was done 3 or 4 steps prior. Great play from KC, a different KC to games 1 and 2. With 15 seconds left, they just need to make sure that nothing else goes in.
And the first mistake, that was Exotic on the backboard, 10 seconds. What can Monkey Moon do? He's got no boost. Vatira just got to keep this ball nice and close, keep it in BDS's defensive half. Monkey Moon has to keep it up. He doesn't have a great line on it, but he has found Rally, who takes it up to Exotic. Over to Monkey Moon. Vatira pre-jumps, gets it down. K-Corp off the timeout, get their first of the series.
Securing that goal late on as well, just shutting down, and the fact that that was so well earned from KC throughout. Their besieging of the net came apparently entirely from Atto. 7 shots for him, 0 for Vatira and Rise, but that was absolutely a team effort across the board, making sure that finally they could sneak one through.
Yeah, it was certainly a team goal, but you still want to see a few more shots coming up, particularly from Rise, who usually is that kind of finisher for the team coming in to nail those shots. Vatira as well, no shots. It's very rare from him. Atto just having a fantastic game. He missed a couple of shots, and you look at that one right there off the post. Neither player reading it. Perhaps got faked a little bit. But you can see this last goal, Exotic facing the wrong way, front post. He was too close on the backboard.
Expecting the shot.
Yeah, he almost got a touch on it. You could just see a little bit of a jitter on the ball as he hit it, but it was just great placement there from Atto. Finally strike true. They had a lot more chances that game than BDS, and I really like the aggressive approach with that first man. As I said, if you play slower, it just allows that first guy to get in there and be a little bit more aggressive up front.
The game at number 4 now, with Carmine Corp needing to make sure that they continue that momentum. Just 1 goal separated them. A remarkably low-scoring series so far. With Rise getting an early demo, that may all be a sign of things to come, where the aggression from Rise, I feel like has started and stopped a couple of times this entire weekend. But when KC are their best, it's when Rise, to be honest, barely plays the ball. He gets a couple of touches, he makes sure that the touches he does get are impactful, but mostly he plays off ball.
Great start once again here from K-Corp. Look at the early pressure. Exotic with low boost. All he can do is find Atto, who, once again, Exotic really defending well. Drelly's got a free dunk on Vatira. I'm not sure what he was thinking on that touch, but once again, K-Corp with all the advantages off this first kickoff. Rise, you get faked out here by Drally. He's playing a lot of ground game. They're sitting very high up here, BDS. Could be getting punished now. Atto, what can he do? Cut across is Drally. They do find a way out. It's an aggressive positioning from BDS and something that K-Corp can look to punish.
Exotic, though, midfield can collect and uses 100 boost to make sure that ball does not go awry. Monkey Moon, a snapshot. Ticked away by Vatira. Monkey Moon returning any of those demos back towards Rise. Vatira again going for that dunk on the opposite side of things. Slowed down play from Atto. Full control for him. That 50 going wonderfully in favour of KC. Hovering halfway over the goal line, but Drali stays composed and can clear it out.
I just have no idea how sometimes the ball can be going at 2 kilometres an hour right in front of the net, and Rise just drove straight past it. He did get faked. Not a save from Drali, but still could have been another goal there for K-Corp. Atto, low boost. All he can do is find the clear to Drali. BDS, best chance here. Oof. Oh, Rise has pre-jumped the shot. There was no one back. Should have been a goal, but a bit of heroics from Rise.
Central again from KC, but no one there. And Atto stealing that back boost is going to be shutting down, or at least hampering this attack, this offensive play from BDS. A shot on target. Atto using that BDS boost to clear the ball away from his own back end. 2 minutes elapsed. Good few chances from both sides coming out so far. Atto can't get anything. Rise on target. Monkey Moon can take this shot that really did not have as much spice on it as I think Rise would have liked.
Yeah, but just look how slow BDS are starting to play in net. They're really having to climb all over each other in net. That's what happens when K-Corp change up the speed a little bit. They're just sitting a little bit higher than you'd perhaps like. Is Atto has to wait for the touch with 100 boost. Monkey Moon has been 50'd, and Atto's just going to try and run all the way down. Drally was flirting with danger there.
I tell you what, Atto missing that mid boost just by sheer luck of where he lands. He's going to be hating that because that was a great chance for him. Exotic speeding in, taking the ball away from Vatira. Rise down towards a pre-jumping Atto. Sent long as Drali. Vatira, double tap chance. 1-2. The pass is sublime.
Vatira was in massive trouble in net as soon as Monkey got the read, and it was a three-man effort, but look at the draw down from Drali. That is disgusting. Exotic, he's tap-in specialist for this one.
BDS, that is the offense they can bring.
That is absolutely superb play from BDS. Ingenious to go for the pass there instead of the shot. Selfless play. And missing that back corner, sees Monkey Moon needing to try and recover, gets it back, pumps it long. Atto midfield, and Atto, CJ so far really has been doing seemingly 80% of everything on the output side of KC.
Yeah, once again, he's nearly got, well, he's got double both Rise and Vatira score, triple Rise's score right now, so certainly getting a lot of value with his touches up front. I need to see Vatira get active. This is a great chance for him, but once again, look how quick they are to shut it down. Atto, nice touch going low. Rise having to play third man. He's faking everyone out. He's only got Monkey Moon now. He's going the low 50. Vatira just trying to force it. That won't quite work out for K-Corp.
Great clear away. Gets it as far as the opposition's net as Vatira now has to retrieve it. In that back third, challenged by Exotic in the skies. Atto high in his own corner. Pre-jump by Drali. That's a lot of boost use for Drali. Not too much result from it either. Vatira now takes a shot on Monkey Moon. Tips it crossbar bound and then in and out to deny Rise.
How quick was the recovery from Monkey Moon? I mean, we talk about his shooting, about his offense, but that was a defensive masterclass from the GOAT of the modern era, if you don't mind. Here we go again. BDS just hanging on to this 1-0 lead. 40 seconds left. Rise gets a clear downfield, but Exotic's there with Monkey Moon, both with 100 boost. You feel like that means they're safe as houses.
Whoa, Exotic getting the double tap, which Vatira really was not expecting, but can get the block away regardless. Rise catching midfield. Demo from a relatively complacent sitting Vatira. Right-hand side with Exotic and Drali, both trying to push down now. Drali trying to challenge the man. The 1, the 2, and the Rise just finally working his way in to clear it away. Final 10, BDS lead.
Got to go right now, Atto. What does he have in store? He's trying to get a reset into a dunk. All three of BDS are back, though. It's looking pretty tough for him here. Vatira pops it over to Atto. Drali's pre-jump doesn't get the touch. Monkey Moon finds the ground. BDS 3-1.
Semi-final point and making Oxygen's journey in London that little bit easier for their chances through to Worlds. And so far as well, let's bear in mind, BDS not having taken that timeout, but using the Karmine Corp timeout, obviously to their advantage as well. One more win, CJ. And we see BDS in the grand final for the second time this split.
They just look fantastic. And perhaps a team, Stumpy, you know, this is, I know, I experienced this as well. Sometimes it's very matchup dependent. You can, I don't want to say play down to opponents or play up to opponents, but there's certainly some matchups that just suit this side. And I feel like big games suit BDS. You know, you look at the Swiss stage, often they do struggle. They have some interesting results against some teams you'd expect them to handle with ease. But when they do come up against the big dogs, the K-Corps, Vitalities, certainly of late,
pass.
It just looks so clinical.
Yeah, I think that's the difference right now that we're seeing from BDS and KC, where there's lots of ideas coming out from KC, don't get me wrong, but they're not quite being able to actually capitalize on them or really make sure that they apparate into anything that has a tangible result. There's no goal at the end of it in a lot of these games, whereas BDS, they get a couple of chances and the magic that flows from their veins is palpable. Game number 5 on Aquadome, a chance for BDS to shut it down here, and now 4-1.
No timeouts left either for K-Corp. They're just going to have to run it down 3 games in a row now in this best of 7. Drally off the kickoff. Great start again from BDS. Vatira's going to wait down, recognise the touch, goes low, early shot fired on. There's that man Atto again. He has been the shining light here for K-Corp, but still aren't finding that form that they found against Oxygen yesterday.
That form versus Oxygen yesterday as well was, we were literally saying, are KC back? Like, is this, that's how good they looked. But BDS making sure they're putting on a little bit of a better performance compared to their Oxygen compatriots who will be there in the major. Thanks to the efforts previously of Lunar Galaxy. Vatira backboard, straight back down. Who's going to be there to receive? Drali, the man that nobody on Carmine Corp wanted to be the next man to it. And a great challenge from Exotic. Having no chance for KC here to breathe or be comfortable.
I don't know if it's a directive from BDS, but it feels like Atto's the only player on K-Corp that seems to have time on the ball. Every time Vatira's gone for a solo play, there's been an instant challenge from Drally, from Monkey Moon, just putting a hand up, and here they go again, BDS. Drally off the ceiling. He's going to hand it off to Monkey this time. K-Corp, we're watching the touch, but he has fake out everyone. He's 1v3'd off the dribble. He's changed up the pace and completely caught him napping.
Excuse me, Exotic. Atto didn't see it coming. The immediate flick we didn't see coming. And Rise of Vatira jumping at a ball that went past about 5 seconds prior. BDS, the lead again in a minute 10.
He just made him look silly there. It was a goal out of nothing, and he had no right to be scoring that solo play. They were set up. But once again, you just saw the reaction times. Oh, like it's probably Rise jumped back in his chair, I reckon, on that flick, not expecting the power. He would have thrown his head back a little bit. And that is just the BDS magic. But this is going to be open if he finds the angle. Surely Vatira. No! What? No! Get the body! Oh, they do find the save, but it's too late. No! Monkey finds the goal. 2-goal swing for BDS. Maybe it's just not the Blue Walls day.
Vatira just took that chance away from Rise as well. Yes, Vatira should have scored it, wrap your car around it, send it leftward. But Rise is waiting. But he sees in the chat, I got it, and then sees Vatira go slinging past it into the corner. Then the counterattack from BDS. They're demoralizing. 20 seconds here. And BDS need to make sure they capitalize on this and Carmine Corp rally.
Oh, they're falling apart in front of our eyes. We saw a double commit there again from K-Corp in defense. That previous effort, it felt like Vatira last second sort of, said, actually, Rise, you have it. But sure enough, he'd already caused enough trouble for Rise to go, well, I'm not in position at all to try and have this. Drally, though, look at the defense on the other side. BDS looking phenomenal so far, always having 2 back, always supporting each other. 2 minutes 40, fantastic infield for Rise. They do find one.
Yeah, and that's Rise also in the middle, being that player to just put both his hands out, get the double fist bumps going. Atto, Rise, Central, sneaks it past both low boost players on BDS2. Only about 30 boost in total for BDS. And that's been the advantage that KC have had so far this entire series. Boost has been on their side, but you would not know it from the result. And from the kickoff, the 1-2-3 Monkey Moon, the slow play, Rise back in the nick of time.
One for the speedometer, the human speedos out there. That goal was 171 kilometers an hour. It came off Drally in the end. That'd have to be up there in the fastest I've ever seen in the RLCS. That is moving. 2-1 though. Still a lot of time here for K-Corp, but not a lot of time in this series. Vatira trying to find the redirect. Exotic had 0, would have been the perfect chance. Don't quite find the angle just yet.
Trying to be a little bit cute there, I think, Vatira, where he had a chance to maybe take the ball low. Of course, he doesn't know how much boost Exotic has got. But I think in hindsight, you would have taken the touch there and then pushed on a low boost defender. Under 2 minutes remaining, 1 goal to chase for Carmine Corp. Otherwise, 4-1 is their destiny.
It's about 107 miles per hour as well in freedom units if you are staying up late for this one.
What is a kilometre?
Not too sure in the end, but here we go. Just 90 seconds left for K-Corp to try and salvage something. Again, they are looking a little bit rattled after that goal. Rise trying to steady the ship. If they are to fall here 4-1 to BDS, Stumpy, if they are to eventually make the World Championships, it's going to be a long wait coming off the most recent performance, which I don't think they'd be too happy with right now.
It's going to be a long old while. That's a shot straight on target. Drali, opposite top corner. You send it towards the postage stamp. Instead, you go top left. Everything on the net of KC is assaulted.
Look at the precision from Drally. I said it at the start of the series. I wasn't exactly, I don't know, amazed with his performance yesterday. I thought he was good, but the expectations are on the ceiling right now. Well, the expectations of these kickoffs, I'm not sure what's happening. It's a double fake coming through, but no damage done either side. There's just a minute left and KCOP need to. They're yet to really fire anything at this BDS lineup. The bumps are coming through. It's very awkward.
No one's there, though.
BDS jumping up and down, but Vatira slow. No one, as you said, from KCOP willing to get in there.
What is that touch from Rise as well? Just a nothing touch, sending it to nowhere. Rise again wanting to actually do something this time. 40 seconds, central. No one there again for Carmine Corp. It is all panic stations for the blue wall.
They look rough and they've only got 30 seconds to find a miracle right now. That's what it'd be. They're struggling to score as is this entire series. Rise keeps it up. What can he do? He's trying to find a pass. Look at the way BDS are covering the infields. Everyone up, everyone blocking. Feels like there's 10 of them on the pitch in net and they've only got 15 seconds now.
Final 15 with Drali now trying to get it away from his own back third. There's still only 2 goals in this. Monkey Moon, opposite side. Those vital seconds ticking down. Opportunity for KC has gone. That is a BDS second grand final of the Major 2 Open Qualifiers.
Simply way too good today. That's all you can describe that series. K-Corp barely on the pitch for the majority of that series. And I mean, BDS, defensively, their offense, the precision that they had, they didn't need 99 shots today. They only needed about 10 because their shooting percentage was that good. And for K-Corp, as you said, it felt like Atto was showing a little bit. We saw Rise stepping up, finding a goal, but just wasn't quite the team that we saw yesterday.
There's also a good few things that have happened off the back of that victory for BDS. They have now locked in #1 seed for the London Major coming from Europe. That therefore means that they will be playing Team Mobula from SSA as their round 1 matchup. And the second seed being Vitality, they will be playing Chiefs. That is a very big difference in teams. And I think there's also the fact that when you look towards Worlds, Vitality and BDS have now also clinched the World Championship spot alongside Gentlemates. So the final spot will either be going for Oxygen or for Carmine Corp, depending on how Oxygen do at the London Major.
Nice of BDS to get an EU Open Qualifier match first up at the London Major. Good news for them. They'll be happy with that #1 seed. As you said, a phenomenal performance there. K-Corp, they'll be pretty disappointed with that. They know that the Major was out of reach, but getting a win today or even a victory here in the grand final as well would have done them wonders for their points, but it's not to be. Oxygen, Stumpy, they'll be pretty happy with making their London run a little bit less stress, a little bit less pressure.
A little bit, but realistically, it's still really hard. Grand final or bust for Oxygen. A lot more coming up after the break. Grand finals, see you soon.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
What we thought would be an incredible showcase, BDS shuts down the Blue Wall, clinching their #1 spot for the major and showing that in Europe, they are the ones to be contended with. They head into the grand finals to face off against Luna Galaxy. Welcome back to our last online qualifier of 2024. Shogun and Stumpy, this is it. I mean, we're at the end. One more grand finals to go, Shogun.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it got a little bit of a Guild Esports vibes from Season X when we got to the end of the Open Qualifiers, and suddenly a team, I don't want to say I know, I think that's kind of given Luna Galaxy like slightly less credit than they deserve, but you know, a team that we don't typically see ramp all the way through to the grand finals. Last time we saw this happen, that team went and won it, so we'll see if it can happen again.
Yeah, we'll see. Stumpy, BDS was looking pretty good. I mean, with this, the way this roster is playing right now, I really feel like they're definitive best at the moment.
I mean, I said that I reckon this series was either going to be BDS going 4-0, 4-1. I just didn't know which way that would be, either for them or against them. Lucky for them, it ended up going their way, and the quality they showed was out of this world. I was so impressed with the ingenuity of a lot of their shots, and also seemingly reading any of the misses and errors that are going to be coming out from Karmine Corp. That was a huge chance for Atto to sink it past Monkey Moon. But a couple of plays coming from Karmine Corp were also great, but I don't know about you guys. I really was not feeling anything that Karmine Corp were putting forward. That was not the Battle of the Titans that I was kind of expecting.
Does it kind of feel though like that's happened a lot throughout this split, especially? You know, Oxygen being a great example where we see these teams that are just looking fantastic, you know, great, brilliant, annihilating everyone. And then suddenly a team that maybe hasn't been playing at their best, like BDS especially actually for the last few, just shuts them down and we don't see them at their best anymore. I think the consistency's kind of gone. It's so difficult now to keep yourself at the highest level, and it's been proven.
Yeah. I'd also like to just quickly say we're just learning that Vatira in that series was not involved in a single Karmine Corp goal. He had 0 goals and 0 assists. That was, I think, a series to forget for Casey, or at least one to learn from should they end up making Worlds.
Just felt like lacked a little bit of mustard, you know? A little pepper. Hopefully that can show up if they can make Worlds, because it's out of their hands now. With BDS winning that, they stopped any point collection that K-Corp is going to have going forward, and they do lock themselves as the #1 seed. You can see it right here going into the major. I want to glance at the teams that are locked now. We showed you before, but now it is done. Everything, Shogun, is locked in here.
So that does mean we fully lock in as well, doesn't it? That Oxygen have to make grand finals. At
yes,
London.
correct. Yep, they could get grand finals,
to watch.
not score a goal, whatever, they still make Worlds.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the season schedule. I want to remind you how close we are here. With 1 grand finals left to go. Stumpy, look at this. I think Shogun said we were at the Q at the start of the weekend. I think we're just at the pound sign there, right before the 6.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to be going through that 6 pretty quickly here as well, with up to 7 games still coming. But there's none of those of the tiebreakers that we're all hoping for. But yeah, very close to that major now.
Right. As I said, today is our last online event for 2024. All that's left are lands, with England as our first stop.
London, the borough, the big smoke. There's not a place in the world that does competition quite like London. The din in the pub, the roar of the stadium, a battle cry that can be heard from Illingham to Avery. When the lads take to that sacred pitch, all bets are off. All truces are null and void. Real end-to-end stuff. As full-time nears, the intensity rises. The arena divided by rivalry, but united in their love of the game. It's winner takes all. Championship dreams are on the line. It's all.
Man, I cannot do that voice anymore, honestly. I'm just going to have to finish up normally.
Copy that.
Okay.
All right, let's take it in 3, 2.
London, the borough, the big smoke. When you're here, you're a part of it too. See you on the field.
Come on, guys, get your heckin' tickets. Join us. Like that just got me so hyped. Stuffy, I know you two are feeling the same thing. That just reminds me of how fun it is.
It's so good. Like, Rocket League really peaks whenever we get to a LAN, and the copper box, I've always described it, it's just a big drum. Like, it's a big metal box. On the inside of it is a load of, like, plastic chairs that then bounce off the sound perfectly. The only thing getting in the way are bodies that are making cacophonous noise. It is perfection, Shogun. I think you quite like London and the copper box, the RLCS as well, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, just on occasion, maybe a couple of fantastic moments that have happened in there. I mean, it is really, for me, like the moment where the esport just clicked fully, maybe for the very first time, and we've gone back now for the third attempt. The first two were both phenomenal. We've got one more time to head over there, and I'm sure we'll add to the trilogy.
And of course, that's going to finally figure out, these storylines like KC, are they going to be able to make Worlds? And once that's figured out, you join us in Worlds. Tickets are at rl.gg/RLCS Texas. It only gets bigger and better from here on out. So why don't we set the stage by talking about our last online grand final here? Take a look at the bracket. 2 teams remain. Stumpy, it's BDS, Luna Galaxy. What an interesting bracket that is.
Yeah. Like, right, guys. Let's be honest here. Start of this split, we've just finished the Copenhagen Major. Take yourselves back, and chat, I want you to get involved here too. Hands up if you thought that BDS and Lunar Galaxy would be our final series of the entire open qualifier runs.
Wait, are you saying like if anyone puts into chat that?
Did anybody see this coming?
Timed out. I'm sorry, nah, not a chance.
Who saw this
outright lying?
Nobody saw it.
It's amazing regardless. Like, the fact that we have brand new teams coming through to this grand final still it's a huge testament to the depth of Europe.
Wow, what an incredible grand finals. I love that it comes down to BDS on top performance right now against Luna Galaxy, who Shogun has come so close so many times, talk specifically to being in a qualifying position.
It might be one of the most unenviable records that he has got for himself. Always one step away from qualifying. It's going to happen yet again, but they've got themselves this grand finals, and they look phenomenal in doing so. I'm questioning what comes after this for them. Like, hopefully they get to stick together and we get to see more of them, because it is a top quality team that came together just a little bit too late. But on the other side of top quality teams, I mean, take a look at BDS. They found their form, kind of. We don't really know what happened yesterday, but the rest of the time, they found their form. They've looked fantastic. And I was saying last time around, Stumpy, that to me, this is a team that's always got in their own way more than anything else. They should have already won an open qualifier before 2 weeks ago. Now that they've got over that hurdle, this is a BDS squad that should have been unleashed.
Yeah, I think BDS in that previous series were looking just that. They were looking like a team that we have not seen that quality of them since last season at various points. Now it's becoming a lot more regular. But on the side of Lunar Galaxy, you're mentioning Tox, the fact that he's going to have so many close calls to these lands, so many opportunities where he could have been able to qualify, but was just a little bit too short. He will still want to stick it to the biggest team in Europe right now. The #1 seed should be shaking.
Oh no, I mean, they came into this tournament knowing the chances were gone, right? Like they knew that the best thing they can do is do this for pride and to show, no, I'm close, but the next time we'll be the one. Let's take down BDS, let's take down the best of the best and show that we are in form the next time we come around and come swinging. Let us know who's gonna take it. Hashtag's already going in chat, BDS, LXG for Luna Galaxy. This, I mean, I feel like it's going to be heavily on the side of BDS. Luna Galaxy has a bit of a hill to climb in this matchup, but they were looking good.
Yeah, they looked outstanding. Like their semi-finals was against the Jobless that had taken down Vitality yesterday. That is not an easy team. Their run through, they have had a single loss, and that was to BDS. That's the one issue that I see standing in their way. This is the team that has beaten them previously, but Shogun, surely in this time, they would have had enough time to talk about what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, they said they were going to, just go and chill out for a little bit and then come together as a team and watch the match between KC and between BDS. I mean, they were anticipating, I feel, KC, at least from what we got from Tox in the interview. They have got BDS instead. This should be incredible. Ooh.
It's going Luna Galaxy.
Wow.
Imagine. I am very upset.
Oh, right, I am.
I am upset with Tox. He made me switch to KC before, and it burnt me. So I'm set with Tox right now. You're going Luna Galaxy.
All right, I've got a couple of reasons for this one, actually. Firstly, for the split, me, Stumpy, and Cole are all tied at the same amount of predictions. I don't want to have that either way. I'm going to be the brave one here and switch this over. Secondly, we already saw the Guild example a few seasons ago. Who did they beat in the semi-finals to go all the way and win it? It was BDS. BDS are the team to be beaten in this final event. Luna Galaxy, they're going to do it, I believe.
We'll find out. There's some believers in chat too, 42%. The matchup is here. Luna Galaxy now playing for prize and pride. BDS locked in as #1 for London plays to cement themselves as the best in the region. One more grand finals, and as Wave would say, get up and get loud.
Well, the last time 2/3 of Luna Galaxy were in a RLCS Grand Finals, we were back in the RLCS X days. And Johnny Boy, in this one, they have to come up against a team that not only have made plenty of Grand Finals themselves, but you believe may well have the highest peak in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, this season, if we're looking at the best that we've seen from every team, I think BDS' very best performance that we've seen this season has been better than any other team's very best performance I've seen. Their problem has been consistency. They have not been able to produce their very best for entire best of sevens, for entire tournaments. Until now, this is, again, another Championship Sunday where they look like the best team in Europe, which historically and recently has been the toughest region to do this in, to win consistently in. So if these guys are just coming into Championship Sundays and winning 4-1 every time, yeah, that's for me going to be the top team.
On the cusp right now, BDS of winning 2 regionals in a row, which would be huge for them going into the London Major, and what a start that is.
I mean, this is just very difficult to defend, if you want to put it lightly.
So mean.
Irritable demo out of the way. Monkeyman already up way before the bump lands. Full faith in the demo there, Monkeyman. 1-0 BDS inside 30 seconds. And Luna Galaxy have been outstanding in this playoff run as well. 4-1 yesterday, 4-1 today. But this is by far their toughest task. Gentlemates and Jobless both struggled against them. BDS already today look very much like the favorites. Let's see what Luna Galaxy can do. This is their end of their season, win or lose. So they've got to just give it everything.
Yeah, they're going to want to leave everything on the pitch right now, Luna Galaxy. They will know the better they can do here, the more money they earn going into the off-season. That's what they're here for. They're here to try and make a bit of a splash. Even though, as you say, Johnny, whatever happens, this will be their final match of this season. Not the same for Team BDS. They'll have World Championships in their sights, but the goal that was in their sights wasn't quite scored on that occasion. But Exotic gets it high. It's more good pressure from Team BDS. Luna Galaxy so far struggling to deal with the upturn in pace that Team BDS are offering. And pace-wise, Team BDS, they are approaching that peak right now. They're starting to play like the team we always knew they could be.
Yeah, they are just a dominant force, and they don't let other teams play their game. This is what I think what makes them the most unplayable team when they get into that mode, is you just don't get to play Rocket League against them. You're just stuck in your own half, and you're reacting to them constantly. You know, it's a difficult style to perfect. That's why it took so long for it to become, you know, the dominant force in Europe. But when Monkey Moon, back in RLCS Season X, finally got the right teammates around him to prove that, no, this is the way to play. Since then, the entire region, the entire world has been conforming to that style of play. Just full-on aggression, full pressure, and, you know, it's really up to Luna Galaxy to keep fighting for that midfield, and not really like BDS have everything they want. Right now, they're getting everything they want. Oh, what a fake by Monkey Moon. He took the shot slowly, and that baited the pre-jump out the goalie.
It's very much looking like Team BDS are your main characters here, as they pretty much have been, alongside Monkey Moon of his backflip almost fake there. He's, since the Open era, just been supreme in Europe, eventually supreme on lands, a world champion a couple of years ago, a world champion of a rookie as well. So they'll be trying to emulate that with Drali going forwards. There's still so much more to win between now and then, and more goals to score, and more defenses to just sweep aside.
Just absolutely no nonsense. Atomic makes a bad defensive touch, and Exotica's all over it. Pounces on it, backboards it to Monkey Moon, who puts in his third goal inside halftime. Monkey Moon is back, ladies and gentlemen, at his best. He had a pretty big blip in the middle of this season. At the start of the last season, it was pretty slow as well, but he's finishing every season looking strong.
He'd rather finish strong than start strong, that's for sure. As we've seen from Carmine Corp in recent times, who have to sit on the sidelines and wait to see if they'll be involved, as BDS, their most recent conquerors, are just sweeping aside yet another team. Although, here we go, here's something.
Okay.
XG, give us a sight of hope.
And they do need to be so clinical. It's a Chronic here, able to get the early outplay on the diving goalie. Tox was forcing the goalie to commit in that play. And Atomic is there to bury the finish on the open net. That's the level of consistency you need with your shot making against this BDS squad, they're going to outshoot most games that they play against anyone in the world.
I mean, Johnny, now we know that it's confirmed there won't be a tiebreaker today. I think it's not unselfish, or it's not selfish, should I say, to hope for this one to go towards Game 7. You know, we don't want to see an absolute smashing from either team. So the fact that in the first minute and a half or 2 minutes it was 3-0 Team BDS walking all over Luna Galaxy, I'm very happy to see that goal go against them.
You know, I would love to see Luna Galaxy make this into a competitive series, but at the same time, if BDS could just come in and stomp them and show just how high level they currently are playing, you know, that would be so impressive. So this Luna Galaxy squad they've been, talking about peaking at the right time, they've been peaking, maybe not at the right time, maybe a bit late, but they've been peaking this event, that's for sure. Taking down Gentlemates and Jobless 4-1, 4-1. BDS have given them the toughest start. Oh, hold on a second. Toxic transition. Not able to get enough power on it, but still chance for Luna Galaxy to make something of this continued attack.
Yeah, suddenly Team BDS are having to make these last second saves. These touches all important for them, and before, it was all too easy. Luna Galaxy have done that at least, but here we go. This could be 4. The ball won't quite fall for Exotic, who's got nothing in the tank. It falls to Monkey Moon, whose finish was far from ideal. Not a pass either. But nothing hit from him, so Tox, he can get it away. What a day he's had. He was saying earlier in his interview that his finishing's been good, but he still wants more from himself, and he'll have to show it in the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, like he said after the winner's interview earlier on, it was good to see him getting involved in the attack, getting goals, and he is, a very capable two-way player in Rlcs. He's not just a defender, but in this series he's going to need to be an outstanding defender if they're going to stop BDS, who have certainly gotten everything they wanted in this game. Exotic giving no time to Chronic on that play to establish any kind of aerial threat. And BDS slamming the other way, all but to confirm Game 1.
And it's a good performance from Team BDS. They got the 3 goals, they didn't overcommit, and they certainly didn't panic when Luna Galaxy got there first. What I will say is that for Luna Galaxy, getting that first goal will just give them something to cling on to going into Game 2 and beyond. But, I mean, I think it's clear from Game 1 at least that the relative peaks of these two teams certainly were in favour of Team BDS there.
Yeah, no doubt, and it's fascinating again to see that BDS are the team when it gets to Sunday. This is the second event in a row. They've actually struggled with all of their quarterfinals in this split. Losing in Qualifier 4, of course, to resolve in Game 7. They just took way too long to get going in that series. In the event to this one, before this one, you know, they that one they won 4-1, but it wasn't until Championship Sunday where they took it to the top level, beating Vitality and Oxygen so convincingly. And now the same thing again today, taking down Carmine Corp, just with ease. So if you're beating Vitality, Oxygen, and Carmine Corp, and now you're beating Luna Galaxy, who just handled Jobless and Gentlemates pretty comfortably as well, then that is a very impressive streak on Championship Sundays. And I do stand corrected, actually. I said a couple of times that they 4-1 Jobless. They 4-2 Jobless. I don't want to take that one game away from Jobless. It was 4-2 earlier on today, but I think still quite a dominant display by Luna Galaxy in that series when you compare the amount of errors. Luna Galaxy didn't really make many.
For sure, it's a similar playstyle we're seeing from these two teams as well, where Luna Galaxy were so aggressive in their press, in their rotations, up against Jobless earlier, and now Team BDS for a large period of that first game were doing the same to them. So to an extent, it's a taste of their own medicine. What it will mean is that they should know how to defend it. So going forward with a few tweaks, a few changes, we'll see if Luna Galaxy can step up, or if Team BDS continue to be supreme as they've been so far today.
That's decisive defensive play by Exotic, not giving time to the attacking players to demo him or outplay him. Monkey Moon has been outplayed there, but again, Exotic just takes the ball away from them. I love that by Drally. Notice he just didn't play the ball there. He just drove straight for the player behind it, and that allowed it to spill free for his teammate, creating a scoring chance.
I like what I'm seeing from a Chronic. They're going for the edgeable bump there and then getting the save later on. So not just panicking in defense, not just clearing it as long as he can, because Team BDS will swallow that up all day long. It's what they want. Eventually, they do manage to work the ball back into the blue half. Tox has a chance up against Exotic. It's a better start here for Luna Galaxy. They'll be happy with this. They'll be even happier now.
Yeah, that's worked out perfectly for them. Atomic getting in the score sheet. Monkey Moon was back here, but look at Chronic bumping him out of the way at the last second. That is a huge play by Chronic off the ball. Monkey Moon was on collision course to send that to safety. Couldn't get there.
Standing up to be countered, Luna Galaxy, early on in game 2. Atomic underneath Monkey Moon. Atomic comes away with it. Monkey Moon, though, he knew what Atomic was trying, so didn't fall to it too much. Didn't overcommit or dive in there, just holds his nerve. There's plenty still to play for Team BDS. They've already locked in first seed in London, but they'll want first seed at the World Championships as well. And if they can win here, they go into London only 2 points behind Gentlemates for EU's first seed. And as we're seeing going into London, you know, there's teams you want to face, teams you want to avoid. So that's definitely something that BDS still have to prove and still have to fight for here.
Yeah, it's so impressive to see their level rise throughout this split. They started off, I mean, if you look at Copenhagen, they were the weakest European team at Copenhagen, not really coming home with the most impressive string of results, but now they look like the top team in Europe, and Tox in a bit of trouble here, recovers well to make up for his own mistouch, but now here comes Drally, triple touch denied by Chronic on the backboard. Luna Galaxy, tough to crack multiple times. The BDS, they're knocking at the door. They are creating chances.
Oh, big demo, though, could open things up at the back as far as Team BDS are concerned this time. Exotic up against the back wall against a Chronic. Everyone's a little bit starved right now, so the ball is stuck to the ground until it falls towards Monkey Moon, who pitches it into the center where Drally was waiting. What can he whir up? Quite quiet in the first game. Does he wake up now? Instead, he gets over the top towards Exotic. It's going to fall to Monkey Moon, who has to get back quick here, and he's not going to be able to. And the overcommit has backfired.
I mean, it's been simple center ball in this game, but Monkey Moon completely underestimated Atomic's recovery. He just whipped that one up and over him from the back corner after intercepting the telegraph mid-pass by BDS at the other end. I think BDS might need to start spreading out a bit more in offense. As Luna Galaxy have clocked onto this, they realize, well, okay, BDS are just going to go. They're not waiting. They're just going to extend it at the near post every single time. As long as we can get a car in the way, then we're getting a block and we're getting a counter-attack on the back of it.
It's getting their car in the way and also holding their nerves, trusting that their mechanics will be able to get them out of these awkward situations when they do have defending to do. And, you know, if you make a mistake, Team BDS are going to score. Almost backfired earlier on when Tox put it towards Exotic, but Exotic didn't have the finish. And now suddenly we have a 2-0 Luna Galaxy lead. As Monkey Moon picks out Drally. Drally doesn't do too much with it, but that 50-50 changes it. Atomic up against him. It falls towards Exotic. He opts for the pass. Monkey Moon was coming in, but had no boost. BDS may be starting to overplay it, Ad.
Yeah, this is exactly where Luna Galaxy need the game to be. They want to be in the midfield. They want to be at BDS's end of the pitch with a goal lead. And they're going to have one. Off the back of Tox's third goal for them. He gets to the score sheet in the grand final after Drally's attempted pitch clear goes upwards and into the center.
I don't know what's happening to this script, because right now Luna Galaxy are trampling all over it. What was set to be Team BDS's victory procession has suddenly hit a brick wall in the form of a Chronic, Atomic, and Tox. And the three of them are completely using Team BDS's game plan against them. Counter-attack gameplay. We've seen them swarm, we've seen them swamp earlier, Luna Galaxy. Now we're seeing how they play when, you know, they're against the ropes at times, and it's pretty effective. It's frustrating for Team BDS, who are starting to rush and snatch at their attacks. And change, of course. One goal, maybe for Team BDS, can open things up a bit. Drali gets in there ahead of Atomic. This could be the moment. Tox saves, though, once again. The Savior falling down from the goal line, and it's Tox who's going to be able to take away this one.
Of course, even in a 3-0 trailing game, BDS still have a shot advantage, albeit slight, 10-9, and that could be 10 apiece if a shot comes through for Luna Galaxy here. It doesn't, in fact, register, but time's getting away from BDS. They need to get going here. They will obviously have the ability to up the ante in the closing seconds here as Exotic shoots underneath the pre-jump, but that rolls right into a Chronic harmlessly, who's able to carry it clear.
Yeah, that will probably be that. And now we're seeing what a slightly blunted Team BDS looks like. 25 seconds left, 3 goals needed. It's going to be 4 for a Chronic. This is just a perfect game plan for LXG.
Yeah, this time they are able to shut down the physical play. They jump past it and avoid the demo before it can land. Challenge effectively, and they have been challenging quickly, despite, you know, the goal line saves they've relied on at times. You know, don't let that fool you. This team is not playing ultra passive Rocket League Luna Galaxy. They are challenging BDS. They're preventing BDS from getting their solo play started, getting their point blank range team play started. This just makes you wonder, you know, what could have been for this Luna Galaxy lineup. Last season, they would have made the major, and this season, this split, they would have made it as well. With their number 5 both times, which is, I think, world class, but it's just a more difficult season this time to qualify with the consolidation of talent amongst the big French teams. But I think this will prove to everybody that they are at that level. If you don't already believe it, then this will definitely convert everyone to their cause.
And a huge performance there from Atomic. 708 points, dropping that effortlessly against Team BDS. Like, yeah, no big deal. Just destroy potentially one of the best teams in the world. 4-0 from Luna Galaxy. And it was all relatively simple finishes. They didn't have to work too hard for the actual shots because all the hard work was being done defensively. It was being done in the comms. So when finally the ball rolls in front of the goal, it starts to look pretty simple for them.
Yeah, it's like you said in this last game, if they can keep their composure, if they can keep their heads cool and react to BDS's fast-paced offense, then they're going to have a chance. If they can make the right moves under the pressure BDS put them in. After, you know, the goals 3 and 4 this game were, you know, mostly BDS really pushing harder and harder, taking even bigger risks to try and get back in this game. But the first 2 goals, I mean, they were solid Luna Galaxy defensive plays at one end, clinical finishing at the other end.
Well, here we go to game 3, and suddenly we have parity in the series. And Team BDS will need to step up if they're to take this one, because Luna Galaxy is starting to purr. Here's Tox in the corner. Exotic's charging him down. Tox goes over the top. Monkey Moon was back, which was a good job for Team BDS, because all of a sudden, that was looking like it was going to be one of those frustrating moments for them again. And that little touch over the top. I'll tell you what, Team BDS at times, Johnny, are being outpaced here.
Yeah, it's not all that surprising to see that as a possibility. I mean, Atomic is one of the fastest players in the world. Rally there, closing down Tox, who had a shot on target. And, you know, a Chronic and Tox are playing at that necessary pace as well. The whole Luna Galaxy squad are here to match BDS and fight them, whether it be at their own game or not. Great cut there by Atomic. Notice that as BDS try to continue the attack, they're just getting stopped by these little breaks of rotation that Luna Galaxy are throwing at them.
Well, Team BDS certainly have firepower in their ranks, and 3 players, each of them able to carry a series on their back and suddenly step up. In game 1, it was Monkey Moon. We're yet to see too much from Drali in this grand finals, which is rare from the Moroccans, so keep an eye out on him. As Exotic flies in, here comes Monkey Moon again, gets over the top. Drali was waiting, not quite on target there from MM.
I know all of these shots, they start to add up. They start to stress you out. If your crossbar is under fire, your posts are under fire, time and time again. I mean, that is emotional damage for Luna Galaxy. They start to get concerned, and some save comes through for BDS at the other end, but Monkey Man and Exotic both there to stop that one. You know, I think BDS might need to start using a little bit of a wider attacking pattern. It's too narrow for my liking. That's something that Luna Galaxy have started to counter more often than not. And now they're losing 50 intentionally. Goes back to Atomic. Oh, what a pass by Tox. Look at how he controls this one. Straight back to his teammate.
Oh, perfect wall play there from Lunar Galaxy. And I like how you say that hitting the post causes emotional damage, Johnny. Is that what all of us are doing in our ranked games when we misfire?
Yeah.
It's emotional damage to the opposition. It's fine.
I mean, you've got to score at some point. The amount of posts you hit, you're causing me emotional damage as your teammate.
Everyone's emotionally damaged, Johnny, when I'm in the lobby. Monkey
BDS they're needing a little bit of a refinement here. You know, it's not all about defense for Lunar Galaxy. They're having massive success in offense as well. Just able to pick out a pass with a intentionally lost 50-50 there. Masterfully. Notice a Chronic again. He's breaking rotation his way back. Very active recoveries by Lunar Galaxy. Straight back towards the ball more often than not. Not, you know, following the age-old advice of going back post and letting your teammates come in. No, they're attacking from behind. The BDS are having a difficult time seeing it coming.
And what they're doing as well in the Galaxy is they're keeping the balance. It gets so tempting to overcommit, to overdo it. Trying to overstretch yourself, but BDS just having to bide their time here. They've got the mechanics, they've got the ability to change this, but right now Monkey Moon has no boost, so can't do too much with that ball. And a Chronic, again, holds his nerve, takes the touch, it goes forwards. We don't even need the extra hit, it's Tox's goal.
Well, BDS are caught out again. This time it's Drally. He's in no man's land. As Tox simply clears it over his head. And is this just an ounce too much of urgency for BDS? Because you don't need to be taking these risks. They've done it 2 games in a row now, trailing 1-0. The third man pushes up way too far.
BDS, what have you got to change right now? Where's it all going wrong? What comms are coming in that aren't correct? Here's Exotic, he gets the catch. Drali's to his right, he has to find him. He does, it almost falls to Exotic again. Instead, Drali goes solo! Slaps it back in the back of the net.
Well, what a finish by Drally. You're wondering what are they going to get to come back in this one. Jumps over the demo, bumps the goalie, and it bounces in off said goalkeeper. Just enough of a hit there by Drally off the ball. But the takeoff there was immaculate. He needed to get up quick, and he did so.
Not the cleanest goal that Team BDS will ever get, but they will not care. Suddenly they're up and running again, but that's a miss there. Atomic was almost in. Monkey Moon just got it as far away as he could. Here comes Tox, missed the 100 boost. So his teammate comes in to help him out, and Atomic takes the 100 as well. So Team BDS sending themselves back. Just do a little bit of defending. Tox in the center. Tox actually steams in there. It's more good play, more good decision-making from Lunar Galaxy. The pace that they suddenly put on. And Monkey Moon is tying himself in knots in the back.
Well, I mean, it was an awkward position, there's no doubt about it, but Monkey Moon looked like he would have had control here, just ran out of boost at the last second. He thought he was going to be able to get another touch, but the boost ran out to 0 right as he was about to hit the ball.
2 goals now, the difference yet again. Lunar Galaxy just appearing to have Team BDS's number. The script is getting torn into smaller pieces of paper as we speak. Here's Atomic. Exotic underneath him. Exotic gets it. Tox in there. Fearless. More fearlessness from Lunar Galaxy. The wall dash doesn't work too well, but it doesn't matter. I mean, look at the chaos that it causes. The ball just bouncing in BDS's corner. They have to get control of this, Johnny, and they have to do it soon.
Well, we just saw in the semi-final how difficult of a time Corp had just establishing any kind of midfield control against BDS and getting their full game going. BDS were just convincing. And now Lunar Galaxy, they're laying the blueprint. They're showing everybody how it's done. They're just keeping their cool. They're challenging the ball from behind as they rotate back. And they're physically dominant. Tox will score a 4th goal as a Chronic forces Monkey Moon into the net. Monkey Moon tripping on the goalpost here while trying to run away.
They are absolutely steamrolling. And Chronic has put the fear of God in Monkey Moon and the lads. And I'll tell you the most annoying thing. You know who's loving this? Shogun and his LXG prediction. He's going to beat me and Stumpy in the split predictions. I feel sick.
That's pretty embarrassing for you guys. I don't believe that. I didn't know it was possible. Shogun's always at the bottom of the rankings, but surely now. Oh, Monkey Moon denied by a Chronic, who's having a brilliant return to form. But Chronic, who missed the entire first split main events, is now back with a vengeance to show that he is still at that level. And this really does look like such an impressive run, both on paper and as well. If you actually watch the games, the eye test is a pass from me. Lunar Galaxy are giving BDS so many different headaches. It's so difficult to score on this team. You overextend by a millimeter and they've banged it in your net from the other side of the pitch. And when it comes to offense, I mean, they are creating their own goals as well. It's not just mistakes from BDS. Luna Galaxy can create, they can outplay, and they have forced BDS to call a timeout after going down 2-1.
Yeah, it's no surprise at all to see this tactical timeout because Luna Galaxy, by far the better team here. The complete opposite of what we had in game number 1. Luna Galaxy are just reading everything Team BDS is attempting to force, and the patience that they're showing to still get seven shots in the game, to still get, how many goals was it? 4 goals to Team BDS as 1.
Yeah.
And they're not overextending, they're not rushing, they're not forcing anything. It's not scrappy gameplay. You know, normally when you see an upset like this, it's because the underdogs are sort of surprising the big boys, as it were. You know, they're going for things you wouldn't normally go for. But Luna Galaxy are clean with it.
It's just so impressive, and you know, it's looking more and more with every passing game in this playoff run that they're having, that there are actually 6 European teams who are capable of winning an international event. Luckily for the rest of the world, only 4 of them are going to be present. But Luna Galaxy have played this one so well. They've played intelligently. They've taken less risks than BDS. They've actually converted on more of their chances than BDS have as well. But the thing I'm most impressed about is how they've been able to shut down BDS offense. And they're actually forcing BDS to take a moment and think about a new approach mid-series, something we've not seen them do on a Championship Sunday in a while.
Yeah, you're completely correct here. Team BDS, normally when they take the tactical timeout, it's just to sort of stop any opposition momentum. But this doesn't strike me as a momentum thing. It seems to me like a game plan thing, a tactics thing.
Yeah.
And something Team BDS are going for is just playing straight into Luna Galaxy's hands. So I'm wondering if when we do take back to the pitch, we're going to see a very different looking Team BDS.
Yeah, I think the one clear thing that BDS need to stop doing is pushing up so aggressively with their third man right as a shot is about to happen. I mean, it's fine to push up as third when there's no chance of a hard clear just being fired across the pitch, when there's no chance of a 50-50 being pinged out in a unfavorable direction. But you look at games 2, look at game 3, they've conceded their second goal in both games by having, well, first it was Monkeyman and then Drally pushing up way too far on a risky center ball. And you know, that's part of the problem, is the risky center ball, but I think the bigger part of the problem is the overcommitment. And let's see if they can stop making that mistake and make life a little bit more difficult for Luna Galaxy.
And a reminder in case anyone thinks that Team BDS are just chilling, they don't really care, they're waiting for the major, etc. There is still Worlds seeding to play for. Every point matters for Team BDS if they are to usurp Gentlemates going into Fort Worth. So this is a big game for them. Every single game, every single goal is important for them. And despite all that, Luna Galaxy are playing with them at the moment.
No, there's no question that BDS are giving this everything, and they've come into this event with a full round of preparation. And this could be a great chance for them, surely. Monkeyman versus the open net. It's been, you know, quite a competitive matchup this season, but right now Monkeyman's on a good streak and makes another one good. 1-0, BDS in game 4.
Yeah, Monkeymoon clearly been in the training packs, the shots you shouldn't miss, the absolute classic of finishes like that, and Monkeymoon made that one look easy. We know from him and some other EU players, to be fair, this season so far, that they're not as simple as they look. Could be another chance here. Chronic diving into his own net, had to prod that one to the side. Suddenly BDS are making Luna Galaxy rush again. Drali fakes it out for Exotic coming in. Exotic's gonna finish, and it's 2-0.
A great fake here by Drali. You know, when Drali's up for this, the defender's got to think he's hitting it. The Chronic jumps in the way of where he thought a double tap would be headed, but the fake was called nice and early. Exotic with a very no-nonsense finish there, straight down the middle of the goal. It's almost at the Chronic, who couldn't make a save anyway after the pre-jump.
He was actually pretty close. I thought for a second it could have been saved, but Talk's getting all sorts of touches, and Atomic prods it back towards goal as well. Monkeymoon had to keep his wits about and getting that one away. Tox dives in, trying to get something going from the first man. No harm done. He had 2 behind him. One of them was Atomic, who can do some stuff. Get it towards the Chronic. It's flipped up towards Exotic now. And here comes Tox. All the it's confusing to speak at times in this lobby.
Yeah, they've definitely teamed up to make this difficult for us. I'm subscribing to that theory. Yeah, interesting to note, after that last kickoff, Exotic thought Tox was going to air dribble out of defense, so he pre-jumped, but Tox just hit the ball hard and it went into the backboard to give him a free uncontested rebound. And so, you know, it shows that just because your opponents are pre-jumping every single air dribble doesn't mean that there's no counter. You can just hit the ball and it'll go past them. Tox with a smart play there, nearly getting a goal back for Luna Galaxy.
We'll see if they can get back into this one. They've certainly got back into the series after game 1. More than. It's been looking like Luna Galaxy's to lose at times so far, but BDS stepped right back up. Comes to do some defending now, though. Chronic, what a first touch that is. Just places it in front of himself and goes to the flip reset towards the net, but it was well shepherded by Team BDS. As a Chronic heads back, Monkey Moon to the side. He goes all the way up. This could be a third whir on its way towards the orange net. Tox was there. He's going to go in the air. Exotic's there. Monkey Moon waiting as well. BDS looks so much more comfortable. They're charging in at the correct times, Johnny, and they're looking more like themselves.
And the key thing as well is they're not overextending. They're making sure to pick their moments, when to commit, when to advance further up the field. And they don't, at this point, luckily for them, need a goal. So there's really even less need of that risk, which, you know, eventually becomes necessary when you're trailing and time's running out. But with the goal lead, they should not be playing an overly aggressive third man in almost any situation. Third man wants to commit when it's a clear-cut chance or when it's a free ball, much like this one. Monkey Moon backboards it. Drally decides to make a touch, which doesn't end up resulting in a goal, but it's more BDS pressure.
Ooh, the fake from Charlie there. Tees up Monkey Moon. It's lovely, but it's saved well by Tox. Keeps his team in it. One more hit for Team BDS. You can't see LSG coming back. It could come again.
Save.
Another huge save, this time from Atomic. A Chronic gets it back towards the blue half. Exotic out wide. Here's Charlie. His turn, maybe. No, another clearance. LXG staying alive. Dogged defending right now. They just need that second touch or that pass out of defense to alleviate this pressure. Give themselves some relief. All the boost is falling for Team BDS, but finally we have the ball in the blue half. Tox, he waits for Drali to go. Exotic's going to flip this one along, is he? No, not quite. And Luna Galaxy, Johnny, they have a chance of some pressure. Is this one going to fall for one of their players?
Oh, wow. Yeah, great read by Monkey Moon on the retreat there. Reads it off his own backboard, sends it safely to the corner. Those were some world-class saves by Luna Galaxy to keep it at a 2-goal game. And 2-goal game is, you know, it's not a bad position to be in 3v3 with all the kickoff strats these days. And three goals out. Now we're in very bad territory, because if you're 2 goals down, you can just get one back and then one sneaky kickoff strat and you're back in the game. Now you need a couple, so they better get deep into their bag of tricks here, or it's going to be a BDS tie series.
Yeah, the problem with being a couple of goals down is you have to assume your team are going to get those tricky reads, because if you don't, you waste time, you don't get the equalizer that you need. That's what happened there, and as soon as the read was missed from the corner, that was pretty much good night, and this should be Team BDS's win, despite all the bag of tricks, despite all the kickoff tactics. You have to get a kickoff first, and the Galaxy have now missed their opportunity to do that one unless they can score in regular play, and it's looking more likely Team BDS will. Charlie going for a ridiculous read there, couldn't quite get it. But Team BDS playing back with a spring in their step. The question is, are Luna Galaxy going to be able to rally around themselves? Do they have an extra gear, as we've now seen Team BDS have all along?
You know, I don't think it's time to panic quite yet for Luna Galaxy, but they are going to need to work harder for this one if BDS can keep this up. So the two differences between this game and the last two, where Luna Galaxy were victorious, is that BDS are not playing risky passes anymore. You know, they're not going for those very telegraphed, direct to mid passes where goalkeepers can just read it and get an interception or a favorable 50-50. They're also, I mean, we keep talking about it, they've not given away a free goal by overextending with their third. So two very small tweaks to BDS game plan. But a big change, because Luna Galaxy didn't get any free counter-attack goals. And when you're not getting any free counter-attack goals against BDS, that's, you know, why I think they feel so unplayable. When they can just lock in and play this style that they have without making the unnecessary mistakes. Now the other team has to first find a way out of defense with boost at your disposal, fight for the midfield, and then create a goal against a team who are, you know, they aren't not known for their defense, BDS, but they're still a very, very tough defensive team to get through.
Shout out Coach Cassio as well, who clearly identified the same thing that you were saying there, Johnny, that it was these overcommits, it was these free goals they were giving up. And to be fair, I'm sure the players knew as well. When you see the ball bouncing over your head, rolling into the back of the net from 300 miles away, you think, yeah, maybe I could have been a little bit further back. But it's one thing to notice these things, another thing to actually apply them. And that is what Team BDS did in that last game. And now the pendulum swings back to Lunar Galaxy's camp, and we think, can they upgrade their gameplay? Can they change their playstyle? Now that Team BDS aren't giving anything away, I hope they have the ability to go toe-to-toe with Team BDS. That's what needs to happen now. The question is it possible? And certainly the way Atomic has been playing mechanically this tournament, it is doable for them.
Oh yeah, Atomic's been having a great tournament. So impressed with what he's been able to do, especially offensively. It's time for the whole team to step up now. BDS have locked in after the timeout. Can Lunar Galaxy find the world-class level that we have seen glimpses of this weekend? They're down 1-0 early. Exotic wastes no time slotting an open net opportunity. Atomic just didn't realize Exotic's going to shoot this one. Achronic and himself both trying to get to the ball, but air roll shot Exotic creates the angle and the power.
That's the last thing you want when you're Lunar Galaxy. You're just sort of trying to ease your way back into this game 5. And all of a sudden, you find yourself 1-0 down from pretty much absolutely nothing. Team BDS still had work to do with that finish. And they've done it. They'll look now to double their lead as Exotic pushes it out wide towards Drali. Atomic is there. Exotic now trying to put this one into the center. Monkey Moon is waiting, hoping to be able to come in. It's more Team BDS pressure, Johnny. It's looking like it's going that way, that Team BDS will be pulling all the strings unless this one goes in from nothing from Achronic. That was real close. It still might be
it might still be.
Oh my goodness. Lunar Galaxy, they get a chance and they keep on pushing.
Yeah, defense was just about strong enough there for BDS. It doesn't really matter if the ball's right next to your goal. As long as it's in the back corner and there's a goalie in the way, it is not scoreable. Still 1-0 now. Exotic looking to make it 2 with a flip reset. Double off the post. It's saved by Achronic, who gets a good clear. Yeah, BDS look dangerous, Cole, and the recoveries are coming through quickly now for them. They're stealing boost, getting back into the midfield, and that is really alleviating the pressure on their third, who doesn't need to dive in anymore to keep the attack going. There's waves and waves of BDS players coming in behind them.
Team BDS forcing Lunar Galaxy further and further onto the back foot. Even the big clearances are being met in the mid by a Team BDS player. Reading everything that they're attempting. Strali says that well, he thought Monkey Moon would be there, but the respawn wasn't favorable. Eventually it does fall to Monkey Moon. Somehow Drali gets almost a sick redirect. That one he had to try and generate power and completely alter the angle. Wasn't easy, but look at all this pressure that it's led to until Tox makes another big save from underneath the ball. They are tricky, and Tox has been nailing them all day.
And in a way, this is almost like a throwback to early days of Rocket League, where just spamming the backboard became the meta for all the top teams. I mean, BDS have used that strategy brilliantly all season long, and for quite few many seasons now. But this is a chance. Monkey Moon deflects it to safety into that back corner that they're very happy to see the ball reside in. Missed by Exotic. Chance perhaps for Lunar Galaxy to make something happen here.
Yeah, here comes Atomic up against Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon saves it. Needs to go forward here. Lunar Galaxy have a little bit of pressure. Halfway through the door. Can they step all the way in? Tox just hops over the top of Atomic. Achronic there fakes it out. Atomic has a chance to do something in the corner, but he won't quite fall for him just yet. He has to wiggle his car around, get a bump, get a fake. Atomic does excellently from an uncomfortable angle.
Huge goal for Lunar Galaxy. BDS had everybody back here, but the bump by Atomic clears Exotic out of the way. Monkey Moon didn't expect that. He thought Exotic was going to have a play on the ball there. He was moving up to contest the next touch. Before he knows it, he's dusted. Tox ties the game.
Atomic now is going to want to really press the issue for Lunar Galaxy. He goes forward again, gallivanting right now, and attack. He fakes it underneath for Exotic. He's faking everyone.
Well, Atomic, that's just flip reset mind games. Every BDS defender, Drali, put himself in such an awkward position there on the backboard after running away from Tox's demo. But you've got to make a touch on that one. That is not good enough by BDS. Lunar Galaxy in front once again.
Yeah, it might be even worse here. Achronic could have gone for that one. He turned away from it. Monkey Moon towards Exotic. BDS's foundation's shaken. Monkey Moon comes in. It's saved again by Tox. How does this man continue to keep the ball out?
And some of the saves at the tail end of the last game, I know this game as well, have been brilliant for Lunar Galaxy. The difference is in this game, they matter a whole lot more. They're not trailing by a pile of goals. They're up, and these saves are going to be huge if they can keep them coming. Because those are the kind of plays that will frustrate BDS and make them overextend. We talked about that as a mistake they're making earlier. Just a couple more saves and maybe Luna Galaxy could bait further overextensions.
Atomic decides to just head back when he was bullside on the rotation. Probably the right decision, even though going for the ball would have been tempting. Does fall for him in the end. He takes a touch towards the corner. Drani is his target. Potentially, no! What? How has he stuck that one in?
Atomic is on fire. What a triple tap here as he hits it once from close range into the backboard and then nails the angle. I mean, he just deleted the ball there past BDS pre-jumping goalkeeper. Well, this guy's outplays to set up his teammates and to get goals have been the best I've ever seen from him. And to do that when the major is already gone, World Championship hopes completely out the window. I mean, way to show up and finish the season online in the strongest way possible.
Oh, he's absolutely sublime. He's got another chance here as Atomic, one of the OG Team Queso members with VK Salient and Demensa. He's still here on the biggest stage. A big save now from him down the other end. BDS trying to get themselves back in this one. Not letting us have the Luna Galaxy love-in that we were so close to be having. Charlie shoots again, it's wide, goes for double tap, leaves it in the end to Exotic, saved. Is anyone else coming in for Team BDS? No, Monkey Moon, he tries. It's pulled away by the Luna Galaxy players, at least for now, until finally he sinks it.
I mean, they're just relentless. BDS doing what they need to do. Monkey Moon on the turn with a beautiful strike. Past all the Moonstar defenders, 28 seconds left. We've got a 1-goal game again as the drama continues right down to the wire.
Chrono with the my bad and quick chat as well, so he takes the blame for that one as Tox clears it up against Drali. Exotic sniffing about for a chance for Team BDS. He gets the touch, but not the direction he wanted it to go. Drali has to force something, and Achronic lands on the boost as Atomic just bumps him out. 13 seconds now. BDS, that has to be now. It's not quite. Atomic gets the save. He's been everywhere, Atomic. But he is Achronic that time. Tox wins the race, and that touch may well sink the chances of Team BDS in this game until Charlie clears it. Exotic's there. It's not going to fall for him. And Luna Galaxy go within one of putting themselves in a conversation that's ending when the season is ending.
This is insane by Luna Galaxy. I mean, what a game by Atomic. Setting up the equalizing goal with a huge bump pass. He centers the ball, takes the goalie out of the equation, and then another just world-class finish. What is this guy on this event? He's been on a completely different level, and we've always known that Atomic is one of those guys in Europe. He's always got the stats, he's always got the points per game, he's always one of the most valuable statistical players, but now it's really translating to the pitch in a way that we've not seen in a while. They started off trailing here as well, but the pass, the bump, and then the finish by Tox as well, beating Monkey Moon, who had boost to the ball. But there was more work to be done, and Atomic did it for them. I mean, BDS definitely have themselves to blame for that second goal. Somebody's got to play the ball there, but there's not much they could do against this next one. Atomic just too fast. Drally didn't have the boost to challenge him, and Atomic makes it 3-1. I mean, that tells you the whole story.
Had a championship Monday, right? And we had a pre-show. We can have a top 3 Atomic moments from that game. And that would be a beautiful thing because all of those goals were brilliant in unique ways as well. He's not a one-trick pony. It's not just mechanics. It's creativity and chucking in the unexpected. That double tap that he got, I thought for all the world he was going to go for the bump. Instead, it's the double, triple tap, whatever it was in the end. And what it means is we head to Neo Tokyo and Team BDS, your #1 seed for London, need a couple in a row to take down Luna Galaxy.
Luna Galaxy, the team no one expected to be winning an event this. I mean, nobody thought any outside the French Big Four would win. And then Oxygen maybe joined the conversation, but Luna Galaxy coming into this weekend after missing top 8 last time, losing the top Cougars, were not expected to be here. And not only are they in this match, they're winning the match. And I'm not an expert on body language and facial expressions. I do have to make that disclaimer every time. But I believe Monkey Moon is tilted. Drally with a nice goal. You're going to like this one, Cole. Although he did dodge, so I know that's going to take away some of the style points, at least for you.
Yeah, it's not quite a doink, but I forgive it. You have to get the dodge there to change the angle. That's why you don't doink the ball, Johnny. It's all right, mate. I'll teach you after this series is over when to doink and when not to, because clearly Drali already knows. 1-0 Team BDS, and they are not out of this conversation yet.
I would not mind a Game 7. I believe, Luna Galaxy do still have their timeout, so they're going to have adequate preparation should Game 7 be required. And they came back from 1 down early in the last game to win. Crossbar to the rescue there for Luna Galaxy, no doubt, as it was on an upward trajectory the entire time. Oh, I mean, they've just got to shut down Atomic. The one lesson from the last game the BDS have is when Atomic's on the ball, somebody hit the ball for goodness sake. Because he might just be faking it. He could be flip resetting. That's a good follow-up. The Exotic makes it too. Oh, we might be headed to Game 7, ladies and gentlemen, as BDS respond with firepower of their own.
I mean, Atomic caught that ball too well. He had to get the awkward aerial, and he just absolutely clattered it into the path of Exotic to make it 2-0 Team BDS, and there's barely been a glove on Team BDS so far in this 6th game. It's been all them, but they did take the lead last time around. They have to stay weary of what's possible from Luna Galaxy. Here comes Exotic into the corner. Exotic has Dryly behind him. I think Exotic is desperate to be out this rotation. He's thinking, please, someone take the ball off me. I don't want to be here anymore. In the end, he has to charge down a Chronic to stop Luna Galaxy getting back on the scoreboard.
Oh.
As Dryly sends long.
Yes, that wasn't the touch that Luna Galaxy needed. Tox in his post-match interview yesterday said that the match point can often be the hardest. When they played Gentlemates, they had 3 games to 0 initially. Then they lost game 4. And his explanation for that was that it's difficult. When you get to the finish line, you start to realize, wait a minute, we can actually win this thing. And I feel like that might be happening right now as Luna Galaxy trail almost by 3. Great post-pitch save there by a Chronic.
If you have it in the quarterfinals, as we see another Team BDS goal go in, you must certainly get it in a grand finals, where you're not just thinking we could win this series, you're thinking we could take the tournament, we could claim gold. Stumpy and I like to call that little phenomenon winner's tilt. And it is so true. When a team starts to believe, suddenly they're not doing those 1 in a million plays that were working. They play it safe. And that is exactly what a team like Team BDS want you to do.
Yeah, that was, maybe overthinking there from a Chronic, as he didn't want to give the ball away. That's a good save by Tox, but BDS are just all over them again as they get things going, get firing in all cylinders. Yeah, point blank range. Do you really think Dryly, as the first man of BDS, isn't going to flip into the ball? I don't think that's ever going to be a play. He's always going to go for that dunk from point blank range. Chronic was merely hoping that he wouldn't on that one occasion out of a million.
There you go, play the 1 in a million. That's what you need to keep doing if you are Luna Galaxy. Normally, though, unfortunately, when you play those odds, it doesn't happen. As Monkey Moon sends that one high towards a Chronic. He's got Atomic in front of him if he can find him. Atomic is just desperate to get himself back on the ball, as he's struggled a little bit to get into this one compared to the last map. Exotic is going to attempt to make it 4. He's gone to the ceiling. He gets the touch. He gets the flip reset. It's a piece of genius there from him.
Well, the reset didn't look easy. Luna Galaxy had defenders back, but it looked like he was way off with the flip reset. And then suddenly, he got such a quality hit on it. Perfect placement with far more power than the defense expected. And we are just minute and 55 seconds away from Game 7. Well, it might be a few more minutes, couple more minutes on top of that. I expect the timeout will be called. It's 5-0 though, BDS with a statement denying the first match point.
Mate, you've just made Game 7 still seem so far away. We've got a minute 49 on the clock. Team BDS is going to score 4 more goals, right? So that will take about 3 minutes. Then there's a tactical timeout, another couple of minutes. Guys, go get a cup of tea now. Come back. Game 7 will be just about starting. Exactly. Turn it on. If you're in America, your kettle won't boil in that time. They've got to put it on the hob or something. It's kettle's OP over here in the UK. Anyway, this one's dead. Laughs in British Electric.
Yeah, if you are from a country with powerful electricity for the socket, boil your kettle. If not, yeah, good luck with other beverages of choice.
Light the stove, start the fire. Well,
yeah, this is over. Surely Luna Galaxy can't possibly come back from here. I mean, if they can, then that is even more unexpected from them than what they've already accomplished this weekend.
Can I ask you, at this point, 5-0 down, are Luna Galaxy already starting, essentially, their tactical timeout, or are they still locked in for this game?
So, I'm not sure with this team. Some teams do like to just keep playing it out and not really talk too much about it. Don't overthink it with the game plan changes. And overall, I don't think that their game plan needs too much fixing. They just have to, it's just a matter of actually reacting to BDS plays. Because here they've been outplayed in Game 6. They need to go in and prepare themselves mentally for Game 7. And also hope a little bit that a timeout will cool off BDS a little, because this BDS squad just come out all guns blazing in Game 6 and completely destroyed Luna Galaxy. Can Atomic get one? No, Chronic, sorry, can't get one. Here comes Atomic. Can he get one? No.
Here's Exotic.
He can.
they're all at it. They're all getting the ball. But yeah, I mean, this one is just sort of teetering away. And what I would say is, the good news for Luna Galaxy is that they have their coach, Exper, there waiting to go, who has been working with the Chronic for a very long time now. Maybe years, maybe a year and a half or so. Ever since the Team Liquid days for sure, and potentially before even that. And these guys been working together, so they'll have a lot of understanding, a lot of synergy, and I imagine that Expo will have exactly what to say in mind if they've not already been talking halfway through that game, and it's a given, but Timeout Luna Galaxy is now confirmed.
You know, what I would hope they're telling each other right now is, listen, we've made it this far. We've done ourselves proud here. We've finished on our best foot. We've, you know, ended the season well, no matter what happens here, win or lose. This has been an outstanding result against the best team in Europe right now, and against the whole field, honestly. So Luna Galaxy need to just stay positive here. They need to keep talking. They need to keep the comms going, keep each other calm in what will be a pretty scary Game 7. BDS are looking very locked in. If they can keep that up, then yeah, they're obviously the massive favorites here after a 5-0 thrashing in Game 6. But Luna Galaxy, they've impressed me so much at both ends of the pitch, and they've had at times answers for BDS that other teams this event and last event have not. So let's just see what they can do. I don't think they should overthink this. I think they should just stay positive, keep talking, keep doing what they've been doing, and see what happens.
Luna Galaxy have also been more than happy to roll with the punches. You know, Game 1 versus Team BDS, they were pretty much destroyed. It was tough for them. Next game, they came out on top of them. They changed their game style. They made some slight tweaks, and they frustrated the heck out of Team BDS. I can't see Team BDS giving away 3 goals in a Game 7. You know, this is Team BDS territory. They've been here so many times before. They've been in Worlds finals. They've been in major finals. They've been in so many of these open qualifier finals. This is nothing new for them. Whereas for Luna Galaxy, this could be the first time that Tox has ever won an event. It'll be the first time a Chronic has won an event since winter of last season with Team Liquid, and it'll be the first time Atomic's won an event since spring of Rlcs X. And that must have been with the Queso days as well, so, or maybe the Vodafone Giants days. Anyway, sometime in the past right there for all 3 of these players, or brand new for Tox. You know, we say that their season is over whatever happens, but that's some serious pressure to take into next season, Johnny.
You know, it's not a title many teams have got. It's not a trophy that many teams have got this season. The only teams to win an online event in Europe are Carmine Corp, Vitality, and BDS. Gentlemates haven't done it. Can Luna Galaxy add themselves to that list? Can they be one of the 4 teams to win online in Europe this season, or will it be BDS going back to back with the perfect springboard to London? Only the next 5 minutes and potentially overtime will tell.
Team BDS wish to make a statement. Luna Galaxy wish to give themselves the day of their lives professionally. All is going to be revealed in the next 5 minutes of Championship Field. And the big question, will we see a performance from both teams? There's been smashings either way. In each of these games, either team has been favored. I want to see one that's neck and neck from now until potentially all the way to overtime.
Starting off with some Luna Galaxy pressure. This is where they want to be. Anywhere but stuck in defense, and a chance to score, but Monkey Moon's there to save it. Great positioning by Monkey Moon. Staying high on the play now. That's an overextension by Luna Galaxy, and the third's gone and been outplayed. BDS with an open net, and what a slot by Drally. Well, Luna Galaxy with a massive mistake at one end. But how about that for a finishing touch?
I mean, he came up through the 1v1 world where you have to take chances like this one if you're Drally. He's been practicing for these for years, so in the 3s game, when a chance like this comes along, you know he's going to put it away.
I mean, that is as difficult as many of the aerial plays we've seen this weekend. That's a perfect shot to get so much power from that angle. And he had to hit it early as well to beat the defenders who are running back. That's the worst case scenario for Luna Galaxy. They had the best position. They were in attack. They were comfortable. And then the double commit followed by the 3rd man sending it and getting beaten to the ball. I mean, that is just a calamity. The full team has just put together a chain of mistakes, and BDS punished them.
They'll have to shake that off immediately and go next, but that touch into the center's dangerous. Monkey Moon was taken out by Atomic. That could have been curtains if not. Exotic now has the ball all the way back on the Team BDS backboard. He dribbles it into the center. Acronic was hoping the boost would spawn, but it didn't. So he's a little bit starved himself. There's actually 2 players from Lunar Galaxy that have nothing. Tox uses all of his just to lay a glove on Drali. Monkey Moon passes into the center for Exotic. It's shot, but 2 of them charge it down again. The double commits raining in right now for Lunar Galaxy. They have to tone that down, and they have to step up and attack.
Yeah, they have double committed. Luckily, though, they've made it count with the players committing. They've actually had the interceptions on those plays, stopping BDS passes that are going middle. There's a pass middle for Lunar Galaxy. Oh, huge save by Monkey Moon, who continues to clear it afterwards. That was 0 momentum. Monkey Moon standing strong on the goal line.
Yeah, wins the staring contest there, Monkey Moon. Had to just wait to see what Lunar Galaxy offered an attack. Atomic goes for the redirect. You wouldn't bet against him the way he's been playing this weekend. Couldn't quite sink it that time, nor does he get the boost steal. Acronic has the ball in the corner, wants to get it in towards the angle, isn't quite able to force it as Monkey Moon goes up early and sends it back perfectly towards Drali, and that should just release the steam from the valve of this attack.
Half the game gone, still competitive. The Lunar Galaxy have got some regaining to do. It was a chain of mistakes that cost them an early goal. Can Atomic and the gang fire back? Tox has a chance here. Looking to bring Acronic into the game. Pre-jump Acronic. He's got on the end of the ball before BDS could respond. BDS are scrambling here, but they do get the ball clear. It's Drali again on transition.
Oh no, it's Atomic! Oh, he's put it wide. I thought for a second, after all his good work, he'd score the own goal that could sink them. Not quite to be. Fate was on his side for now. Now he has to wrangle the narrative for himself. But it's Monkey Moon that has the ball. Here comes Acronic. That was going into the back of the net for a second, but Drali was there. Tox puts it up. It's a little bit hopeful. Questioning what BDS can do for the clearance. Exotic, of course, connects with it perfectly. Back towards Atomic. Both sides playing boomable just for a second. Maybe it's Tox is going to take the touch. No, he sends it long as well. Atomic is sniffing for bumps, is trying to change things. The Team BDS are too strong for that right now, as this one falls almost as far as Atomic he was hoping, but another good touch to clear it away for BDS.
A minute and 15. What have Lunar Galaxy got left? Will their season end on a positive note, or will it be a misplay and a 1-goal game against them? Monkey Moon into the middle. Drali's there, but Tox matches him for pace. And Atomic tries to send Acronic into the attack, who's done well, but Monkey Moon is just too fast with the aerial defense.
Atomic sends it towards Acronic. Is there a pass in the center? No, instead it's a fake. Exotic nipped in there ahead of the Lunar Galaxy players. 50 seconds left. Lunar Galaxy needs something immediately, or BDS will go back-to-back.
BDS are just there every single time. Lunar Galaxy try and get something started right now. Drali's outplayed Atomic. He's trying to go past everybody here. Exotic demoed in the play behind him. And Tox with a huge hit given the boost situation he was in. Lunar Galaxy still trying, still attempting to clear and get an attack started, but it just seems so difficult.
Trying to use the airlines right now, Lunar Galaxy. They have to get control of this ball. That's another decent 50 for both teams, to be fair. It makes it neutral. Exotic goes long. Acronic fakes it out. I don't think he meant to do that.
Oh.
Tox at the near post gets another massive save. Exotic could kill this. Acronic tackles him. Tox wants the ball, but Monkey Moon won't let him have it. 4 seconds now. One more chance for Lunar Galaxy to tie a ribbon around their season, but it's going to be Team BDS. Back-to-back EU champions, London's #1 seed, and Europe's best.
Wow, BDS in 7. And like I said before, win or lose, Lunar Galaxy have done themselves proud here, but that won't make them feel any better about the way they've lost that. Double commit in the offensive corner, and then third man goes on a risky ball, and they lose 1-0 to a counter-attack against them overextending. I mean, it was BDS overextending early in the series, but Lunar Galaxy in Game 7, with everything on the line, have made one of their biggest mistakes, if not the biggest mistake they've made all tournament long. But well played BDS. When they were backed up into a corner, they dominated 5-0. And even in a close Game 7, they did not make any mistakes. They gave Lunar Galaxy nothing. Monkey Moon came through huge in defense when he needed to, and they close out their second event in a row. Cole, does that for you? Where do you put BDS now? They're the top seed in London. Are they your top seed? Do you put them as the favorite at the moment? I know it's very close amongst all the top teams, but
in the world,
Yeah, is BDS back-to-back? Are they the favorites for you, or
I
are
think
they just in a group of favorites?
I think they probably have to be the favorites for me, but there are so many opponents that can come up against them. It's going to be fantastic in London. I want to see G2 against Team BDS at some point. I know the fans will be, rooting strongly one way or the other. But Johnny, either way, it's a fantastic ending to the online season for EU. And who better to break it down than our brilliant, handsome, wonderful, awesome, great desk?
Oh, Leaf, it's the final one. It's the final one, Leaf. What? Okay, apparently they don't hear Leaf. Oh, it's all happening. It's all kicking down, everybody. Don't worry. Hello, how are we doing? That was it. That was Europe wrapped up. We got Willy Wonka sitting in the middle there with his glasses on. Shogun, you do know that they lost, right?
I know that they lost. I went over, I thought it would be really funny. We're going to come back to me, finally, not last in the predictions. For the first time in over a year, I was going to be the big what if, look so smug, so confident. And I probably should have started getting changed after the 5-0, to be completely honest with you. But I spent that entire game 7 hoping and praying. You know what? By the time this is done, I'm going to go and get changed into my actual work uniform. Let them know how they did it.
Get changed. Go on. Right, go get changed. I'll cover all these highlights because the fact that they went to 7, Team BDS, they don't like to make things easy unless it's against Carmine Corp, apparently. But I'd like to just shout out Lunar Galaxy before we celebrate the winners here, because the fact that they managed to take it to the grand final, the first ever for a couple of these players, Tox getting so close again to making another LAN, unfortunately unable to do it for, I think it's going to be the 7th in a row when it comes back round to Worlds, this one being the 6th. The 3rd in a row, I think I also read earlier on. Lunar Galaxy, they played a tremendous game. It's a shame they couldn't get it going a little bit earlier in the season, but then we have to talk all about Team BDS. A stunning performance, Leaf, by a team that are the very much deserved winners.
Yeah, no, I think I'm just happy that we got so close. I was rooting for a little bit of an OT here, but I mean, BDS locking in 2 in a row, I mean, just sets the story right now that they are the team locked in and the best representative going into the major. I mean, they proved it with their #1 seed. They proved it with a grand finals win here. They've just continued to prove, and I love how Drawley has fit over the season into this roster, how Monkey Moon has leveled up, it seems, yet again. How is this guy, Stumpy, still so good?
I mean, his longevity has been remarkable. We were saying earlier on when they won, a nice one, Shogun, when they ended up winning their first regional open qualifier at the start of this split. We were like, it's been like, what, 1,000 days, whatever it was, since his first one. He's just won his second in about a month or so. A player of the open era, the open era GOAT, I'm pretty sure undisputed at this point. Monkey Moon and BDS deserving winners, and the #1 seed going into London as well to boot.
Yeah, that was, again, just a good finale to all of it here. I believe we have the bracket, if we can look at that. I want to just take a glance at the journey that they went through. Again, as we have our final grand finals of all of 2024 online, and it was BDS taking down Lunar Galaxy at the end. But what a journey they had to go through as well. Like, it wasn't like they had K-Corp.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was going to say really quick, Show, as I interrupt you. Look at that middle semi-finals. Team BDS show their easiest matchup was apparently Carmine Corp with Endpoint and Lunar Galaxy.
It's ridiculous. I mean, you show anybody their match yesterday against Endpoint, and you're absolutely certain BDS are not winning today. But they're a team that, I think Johnny's kind of got it right. Their peaks are the absolute best. But they are all over the place a lot of the time, but they are getting, like, they're narrowing it down. They are peaking more often than they are in the trough. So it's coming together now. Hopefully, we don't see a back-to-back of what happened to them last time we were in London as them as the favorites.
I do, for context for anybody, that was when they went 0-3, 0-3, and were knocked out without winning a single game as the EU #1 seed. Please don't let that happen again.
I want to take a look at that quarterfinals too there, like all 4 of them, like that, how crazy that first start to this Shogun was. Like we came in not knowing if everything locking in day 1 in Swiss, and they're like, no, we'll give you a show.
I think it's the one that as well I'd recommend people just go back and even if you know the result, quite frankly, the journey to it is quite hilarious the whole way through. That was a wild, wild ride. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to spoil why that got to that point, but it was ridiculous. But for BDS, it's back-to-back, and they find themselves on top.
Let's take a look at the points now, because before this all, we had things locked in for the major, for the European region. They were the last ones to get going. But Stumpy, it was close the whole way up to it. Look at that. Still a tie for the third and fourth spot there.
Yeah, BDS coming in as our number one, clearing Vitality at the end of the day by 8 points, in fact. Vitality in second, then Gentlemate and Oxygen rocking up as the joint third. I believe, though, because Gentlemates, they have got the overall season points lead on Oxygen, they will be the third seed, therefore going through into the London Major. Therefore having slightly preferential matchup when it comes to it, and Oxygen, of course, in the technically their fourth spot.
And of course, all the teams are now locked in. It is done. Sure, we had this a game or two ago here, but now it is done. There's no more games to be played. This absolutely cannot change. It is stamped and signed in stone. Shogun, all of our teams heading their way to London.
And it will be so good to see them there. I think Europe's looking reasonably strong. It's done its typical Europe thing, hasn't it? Where all the teams are all over the place. So everyone's kind of thinking, oh, you know, this is the time that Europe's looking at its weakest. I think we've fallen into that a few too often now. So maybe wait until we get there for anything. But the big story going into that event will be Oxygen. They know the task now. They must make a grand finals if they want to go to Worlds. That is it. Do that or don't go at all.
Hey, I mean, this is a squad that can do it with Joyo mixed in with that roster, Stumpy. I really love what I'm seeing from them. They've proven themselves that, yeah, we're in talks to be those top dogs.
Team England, baby. 3 lions on a shirt, my friend. Team England, all right, and they're at their home stadium in the Copper Box. They've got a lot of that home advantage. Joyo, the sole representative from the original Moist roster that captured everybody's hearts in that very arena. This is the place out of every arena in the world that it could have been at where Oxygen have the greatest chance of making that run to the grand final. Carmine Corp, you cannot be sitting pretty. You need to keep scrimming and practicing because you could be called up for Worlds up until the final day of the major.
Well, I saw some people asking, no interview. Of course we're doing an interview.
Obviously.
We got it ready right now. Let's get over. CJ, standing by.
Yeah, lucky enough to be joined here by Exotic and Casio, guys. Congratulations on the win. Back-to-back here in Europe and number one seed for London. I have to ask, how important has this victory been for your major hopes?
Comment a été la victoire? À quel point était importante?
Avec la victoire d'il y a 2 semaines, forcément on a un peu plus de confiance. Et du coup, cette semaine avec la préparation et tout, ça fait longtemps qu'on travaille pour ce genre de victoire. Donc là en plus la finale était très dure mentalement vu qu'on a enchaîné les 2 matchs. Donc là ça fait super plaisir de gagner ce match qui était serré parce qu'il y a 2 semaines on était largement au-dessus. Et là mentalement c'était vraiment dur, donc celle-là elle fait encore plus plaisir qu'il y a 2 semaines.
So with the victory of last week, then obviously we were more confident and it was easier to play well. However, this final was a bit special. It was really hard one compared to the Oxygen one where we were more comfortable. Here it was really exhausting for the team and we won it, so it felt even better.
And speaking of the major, you guys will obviously be playing international competition. Who are you guys looking forward to playing the most? Is it Falcons or perhaps a G2?
Qui est-ce que tu veux jouer le plus? Tu t'attends à jouer un match?
Prendre peut-être notre revanche contre G2.
I think taking G2 back, playing against them since we lost last time.
And are you confident in getting a win if you do come up against G2 again?
Oui, bien sûr. Après 2 victoires, là, on va arriver avec plein de confiance à Londres, en espérant gagner.
Après le back-to-back, il y a beaucoup. With the back-to-back win, obviously there is a lot of confidence, so definitely we will win next time.
And how about your, I guess, practice leading into London and eventually the World Championships? Have you guys sort of discussed the boot camp, or what will your practice look like?
Comment va se passer l'entraînement? Est-ce qu'on va bootcamp? Il y a des choses qui changent?
Bah non, ça va être comme d'habitude, une semaine avant le tournoi bootcamp, tryhard à fond Rocket League et arriver en LAN et tout donner.
As always, we will bootcamp. Nothing will change too drastically, but we just like try our hardest and train well, and we are just gonna give everything.
And a quick question for you, Cassio. How are you enjoying the coaching? Obviously, it's looking pretty good so far. A couple of wins. What have you enjoyed the most being a coach, and has there been any challenges that have surprised you along the way?
It's definitely way different from playing. There is some stress that's quite different. Like sometimes you feel like a bit you can't directly act in the game. Like so it's a bit a tough one, but it's definitely I'm really happy to do that. It's quite fun as well, and yeah, with all the win and every time something goes wrong, then you try to fix it and it gets fixed. Then it's really a great feeling. So I'm liking it so far.
That's awesome. Well, finally, guys, any shout-outs yourself or Exotic to your fans or supporters or families back at home?
Merci à tous les fans de nous supporter. Continuez, ça donne beaucoup de force. Et on va essayer d'aller jusqu'au bout en gagnant les majors puis les Worlds.
Thanks to the fan for supporting us so far. We are gonna try our best to win everything now, Major and World, and thank you.
Well, congratulations to you guys. Europeans #1 seed over in London, and you'll be there at the World Championships as well. All the best, guys. Well done again. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, that's what they just said. Now looking at the world's points, Stumpy, talk to me about this, because it was still wide open coming into this as well.
Right. Everybody buckle up. So,
all right.
Carmine Corp, they are not going to be at the London Major. We've made that very clear. We've been posting about it on social media and in chat, etc. Oxygen, what they need to do, as we've been saying, get to the grand final. They are then going to jump over Carmine Corp, and then they will be going to Worlds instead. On the other side of things, all we're going to be seeing is Gentlemates, BDS and Vitality. They're out there playing for seeding. That's their current plan. If they can just get a couple of games in there over their opposition, their closest opposition, they'll then be getting better preferential seeding going towards the World Championship. But we had so many teams, Shogun, that came so close to it. Luna, Galaxy, Jobless, Resolve, and they all deserve so much props towards their effort.
I think this is the strongest I have seen sort of that 5th through to maybe even 8th, 9th in Europe for the longest time. It did feel like there was a ginormous gap, especially at the start of the season, between the top 4 and everyone else. It's slowed up quite significantly, especially towards the end of this weekend. I'm hoping that we get to see more of these, and it is ridiculous that we have got so many TBDs in this graphic. Leaf, what is going on?
Well, I mean, it's just great because going into the major now, things matter, right? Like these wins matter. I mean, you look at even just getting for OC just a couple wins. You could still lose out in Swiss, but just get a couple wins at least and you're in, and it's all really in your hands. And that's what I love about these high stakes going into a live environment, because that's really going to make sure that the best teams are being brought to Worlds. Now, there's a bit of a gap before you get to Worlds, but this will make it happen. Like, this is proof you're the best team, the best representative, Stumpy, going there. And it's so exciting.
Yeah, and also, if you want to see any of these LANs take place, go and get your tickets now. For London 3.0, they're still available. There'll be a few tickets kicking about. Ticketmaster.co.uk. Leaf, I did that one for you, pal.
There was that I'm like, did you just do it wrong?
.co.uk, and then there's also tickets available still for the World Championships over in Fort Worth at Dickies Arena, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. Head to one of them. There's one in North America, one in London, over in Europe. Please, or both, yeah, true. Just come and see us. Every one of the casters wants to say hello to you if you see us walking about, milling around, whatever. Or the players would love to see people as well. There's meet and greets, there's merch stands, there's unforgettable experiences. And I think anybody who's not been to a LAN, Shogun, the sound of the car hitting the ball and just the bassy boom, every time is unbeatable.
There is nothing that makes me happier than hearing the Alpha Boost rumbling with full bass around an arena. We have all got the advantage that, you know, your Oxygens don't have. We know right now that we can go to Worlds and see all of this. Take advantage of it. Go and take a watch. They're going to be playing for their lives over in the London Major. We've got Worlds coming up. Every single one of these players wants to cement themselves in Champions Field up on the banners.
Also, you get to walk up to Shogun and tell him to say this is Rocket League in person. He loves it.
Swear.
True.
You need
yeah,
to
make
still
sure,
here, by the way.
Yeah, make sure that you go, if you see
there we are.
Shogun.
He's out of here.
No, I'm still here.
I have decided to curse him. A curse of Ra upon you. Please do not do that again.
That's great. Now,
No, get rid of this.
No. This was the next step. We have to look.
No.
Any words?
Coin. Wait, Coin have a travesty today. Coin was doing. Coin went 0-3. Well.
Do we?
All right.
Do we have our season? Because I want to crown the
No,
champion.
I don't want the season one. No, the season ones are awful. I don't want the season ones.
I have got the results for the season. If you just want me to verbally say
Stumpy,
them.
you want to rail them out here?
Okay, Leonard, audio. Whoever's doing audio, please.
No, Shogun, shush. Right, last place. And everyone, you need to clap in chat. Coin. Congratulations, Coin, last place. Clap, 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 clap.
Okay, let's go.
Second last place. The first human, Shogun. Well done, mate. You beat out the Coin by 7 predictions out of 72. So well done.
God.
Next place is Coolcol93, 48 points. Clap, 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 clap. Next is me, yours truly, 50 points out of 72. Well done, me. Congrats. Next, Chat, you beat me, Cole, and Shogun at predictions across the season.
Good job, Chat.
Fuming, but well done, I suppose. Begrudging clap. Now, third place, Johnny Boy. 53 predictions correct. Congratulations, Johnny. He makes the podium. Now there's only Leaf and CJ left. Who gets the position second? Who goes first? Leaf, congratulations. Second place. Well done. A lovely, a silver medal around your neck, my friend. And then CJ absolutely smashed it across the season. 57 predictions correct out of 72. Well done, CJ. You did it.
He was in the lead the whole time. I don't even think like you would have had to mess up massively to throw that.
He won in Copenhagen as well. He's on a streak here.
It's like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, we got to aim for this. I mean, I'm aiming for not last when we go to London, hopefully, and at Worlds. So we'll see how things go.
I usually don't do this. We usually just get on with the day because we got more stuff to go. But guys, this is the last time we're going to be online here. I want, and I'm going to ask, and I'm forcing you into it, final thoughts before we hit our last 2 events of 2024. Stumpy, this was so fast to get to this point, but exciting up till the end.
Yeah, I think people will be looking at the fact that this time, bear in mind, we've only had 2 of these splits open qualifier sets instead of the 3. That has made competition much more cutthroat. Teams needed to perform at every step, and we got, across the world, the greatest competition we have had in Rocket League in the entire history of our esport. Not just in Europe, but across North America, MENA, SAM, every region that's going. We've got the best teams going to every event, and there's still teams up in the air for Worlds. Thank you, everybody, for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure. And this home studio, I can now just shut it down and just actually have a cool office for a little bit.
Shut her down. Shogi.
For me right now, it is all about the fact that we are going into this, and we honestly have no clue whatsoever. It's not hyperbole. We have so many teams that are in contention, not just for London, but for Worlds. Usually we have like a steadfast favorite. You could probably put BDS for Europe, G2, and Falcons all up there, but then you look towards, all right, what are Gentlemates going to do? We know that they turn up on LAN. What can all of these other teams do? I would say we're honestly looking at about 6-7 teams going to these events where we're like, yeah, you win. I'm not absolutely floored and shocked by this. It is the most open any of these championships have ever been, but we are only going to crown 1 major champion and 1 world champion. You're not going to want to miss any of it.
There's stories abound to be watched, but again, the thing I look forward most to is seeing all of you guys in person, celebrating the thing that we all love together for years and years. Doing it together in person is just a phenomenal experience. Nothing else to say except thank you for joining us on this journey, and we'll see you in London on the 20th.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
London, the borough, the big smoke. There's not a place in the world that does competition quite like London. The din in the pub, the roar of the stadium, a battle cry that can be heard from Illingham to Avery. When the lads take to that sacred pitch, all bets are off. All truces are null and void. Real end-to-end stuff. As full-time nears, the intensity rises. The arena divided by rivalry, but united in their love of the game. It's winner takes all. Championship dreams are on the line. Let's all...
Man, I cannot do that voice anymore, honestly. I'm just going to have to finish up normally. Okay.
Alright, let's take it in 3, 2...
London, the borough, the big smoke. When you're here, you're a part of it too. See you on the field.